Hello. Hello. This is your Were Husky Chaos Goddess, Silver Goddess, doing our weekly. Hello. This is your. As you can see, I'm still having sound issues. Doing your weekly talk piece for Black History Month on colorism. How are we all doing? I have replied to everyone in the chat. Um, who has popped in so far. Thank you all for popping in. Let me give some verbal recognition to our first time chat and newest follower, Pookie Batman. Thank you, Pookie. Oh, so cute. I love your name. Pookie. So, when I was growing up, Pookie was something you said. Well, I'm saying it in a southwestern way. It's Pookie, is how I was raised with it. So, anyway, it's something you say to somebody like, who's your boo? Like, you my Pookie, kind of thing. So I think that's really, really cute. Let's see who else we got. Ace, thank you for the lurk. Ace is in the chat. I also gave everybody the shout outs. Yay. That has popped in the chat, with the exception of Rosique. I am sorry. I did not mean to forget you. But as you know, we are fronting Black creators this entire month. So if I do forget you, I do apologize. Okay. Hey Sage, how you doing? Sage is live now too. Let me go ahead and give him a shout out. There is no music because our sound system has face planted. It's not going to catch anything but ambient sound, which is anytime that the mic picks it up, then that's when you will hear it. So that's why you can hear me but no music. I don't like it like this, but it's what we've got going for us today. So, and every day until I get it fixed. It happened immediately after the Streamlabs desktop update, and I have spent hours trying to fix this thing, but I have to choose my mental health over troubleshooting. So I've chosen to just take a break and go back to it when I have more spoons to do so, which it will get done because I'm determined to make sure it gets done. Okay, so I have pinned it, but I'm going to tell you guys myself, okay? Quick plug, we're raising $2,100 for Black Girls Code Incorporated. If we hit it early, or our stretch goal is 400, or if we hit it early, our stretch goal is 4,200. Donate if you can. Sharing still helps. So sharing about the charity, or sharing about the nonprofit, or sharing that we're even doing it helps. 100% of the proceeds go directly to them. Twitch sees no percent, and I see it no percent. Not even 0.0001%. We see nothing. It goes directly to them. If you want to tip me directly, to help the channel itself, you can do a heckin' exclamation tip. And again, all the proceeds that you tip towards the channel will go to supporting the channel. Back to Black Girls Code. They provide access to Black girls for STEM. So more STEM education means more developers. More developers means more games. And who doesn't love that, right? So really, if it's $1, $2, $5, $15, whatever, $20, anything you can give would be extremely helpful. We've raised $23 so far. That's 5%, a little over 5% of our goal. We have, 11, 12 more days of the month to go. So we are definitely doing that. The other thing I wanted to say is my birthday is this month. It's in 10 days. And I have my throne up for those who want to gift anything. I take birthday monies too, by the way. If you don't want to gift anything, your time is also great. I will not be streaming on that day. It does fall on my usual day off on Thursday, but I still will not be streaming on the 26th. It will be no surprise stream. There'll be no overlapping stream. 12 o'clock midnight hits, boom, no stream. Until 12 o'clock midnight the next day. So, um, if you want to do well wishing, super appreciate it. It's not required, but it is much appreciated and desired. I spent the last few years of my birthday in a very sad way, and thanks to you guys, I look forward to not having to do that. If you are in the server, which means you are a subscriber, then you have immediate access to all streams. Um, and you have the ability to get early notice. I am an affiliate with Instant Gaming, so all of my subscribers have access to an additional 20% off on top of what Instant Gaming automatically saves you off of games that are also on Steam. So the Steam price discounted on Instant Gaming, and then 20% off if you are tier 3, I believe. 15% off if you're tier 2, and 10% off if you're tier 1. Additional on top of Instant Gaming. So, you guys, please feel free to go and check that out. I was told by the lovely Yang at one point that some of the games are like not actually fully discounted. Like some of the games are like 50 cents more, 5 cents more on Instant Gaming. So that's where using my code comes in to help you save that little extra. Okay. I think we got all the housekeeping out of the way. I think so. And did I put my phone on mute? I did. Okay. So, let me see here. Okay. I have a message. I've asked you guys. I love you to pieces. But please don't message me on stream unless it is a huge emergency. Okay, I think I've got most of the housekeeping done. I think. All right. So, we are now 100 and what? 143 strong. That is amazing. I am super impressed with everybody. I am super blessed with everybody. I really appreciate you guys showing up in an active way in the community. It really means a lot to me because when I started this channel about 5 months ago, I genuinely did not think I would even get this far. I was going to be happy with just the 20, some odd people I had initially. Actually, no. When I started, I only had like 7 followers. 5 months ago. So to jump from 7 followers all the way up to 143 within a 5-month span, that means you guys actually like me. I'm not as annoying as I tend to tell myself, and I feel really good about that. Okay, so we're going to start off with fun stuff, okay? There is a guy I was talking about last week whose name I could not remember. I was going to play video for you guys, but you can't even hear it. So Unfortunately, I can't actually play it unless you guys are okay with reading, subtitles, which I would have had the subtitles on anyway. So I guess it doesn't really give a hoot and Annie. Where did I put it? Funny stuff. Oh, I have to turn my massager on. I almost forgot. And no, it's not that kind of massager. It's my therapeutic massager. My therapist cleared it for therapy. Can I say therapy enough? Thank you. Therapy. There. Now I've said it enough. There we go. Okay. And I got my coffee. Take your medication. Eat your food. Drink water. Hydrate. Coffee counts. If you have ADHD, eat your chocolate. Not not just any chocolate. It's got to be dark chocolate. Or you're not even trying. Yeah. I judge hard because I want my ADHDers to be well treated. We don't treat ourselves well enough, let alone everybody else treats us properly. If we don't know how to treat ourselves, how the hell are we going to treat somebody else? Can I get a ha ha? Okay, ha ha. Now, I was going to say hallelujah, amen. One, I ain't Christian, never will be. I have been in the past. I'm not now. So hallelujah and amen, I don't feel like are my right to say unless I'm in that space of respect for them. That said, hey ha. Also, that said, we don't talk religion here. We don't talk too many politics on here, except for when it is relative to the time and person's experience. And when we even do, we do so mindfully. So I want to put that out there as well. We're not just here to start shit for the clout, okay, of it all. We're actually here to have mindful conversations together. I'm not here to talk at you. I'm here to talk with you. All right. That's enough intro. I've done like a half an hour's worth of intro. Good goddess. Okay. No, wait a minute. Not a half an hour. Maybe 15 minutes. Okay. So, how are we going to have the conversation today? The best way that I possibly can. Now, this is not new to me. I've got to tell you guys, I'm only talking about a topic that I have personal experience with. Personal lived experience with. I feel that unless you have personal lived experience, you're only giving really book knowledge, and so you're not giving a full scope. And while that is valuable, I feel that you don't get the most out of it unless you get it from a first person, real world, lived experience. So that is why, not only that, but this topic means a lot to me. And I've done a lot of activism, still doing a lot of activism where racism is concerned. Colorism does fall under racism. It is a form of racism. You have internalized racism, you have externalized racism, you have conscious racism, you have unconscious racism, and each one of those categories also apply to colorism. So, if you have an auntie and uncle, a sister, a brother, a daddy, a mother, or multiples of those and above, a husband, a wife, a partner, multiple of those, and children, then this matters to you. This is important. It is even more important if you have black children. It is 3 times as important if you have multiracial children. Multi means more than one. Okay? So if you have multiracial children, this is you as a parent, your responsibility to hear me out and have the conversation with me. Again, I'm not here to talk at you. I'm here to talk with you. Tell me your experience. Tell me what you've seen. If you are a black parent and you have mixed kids, if you are a white parent and you have mixed kids, if you are Native and have mixed kids, if you are Indian or any sort of Asian and you have mixed kids, this is your conversation. This is time for you to jump in. Okay. I talked about before how it shows up in the community at large and how then it gets localized and how that shows up. I believe that was most of last week. Today we're talking about when the wolf is in your house and doesn't know it. So it's the impact edition of today's talk. Let's see. There are no current black creators in our raid ring. So if that is something that you want us to do, then, and you have the 3K paw print points to do so, please feel free to vote in the chat at any time during the stream. I plan for the stream to go 6 hours. If it does not, then I plan for it to go at least 4. And whether or not we finish the talk in that time or not, it's still going to go for 4. So if you miss the stream or any part of the stream, we will have the VOD up for as long as Twitch will let us have it up. And you can always go back to it and touch on key points. Hit me up in the whispers and say, hey, you said this thing and this thing. I disagree with it, and here's why. Or I just disagree with it, and you're plain fucking wrong. Any kind of conversation is good, because that means that you are at very least open to conversation. All right, I'm just pulling up some resources here. I have sources that I will cite. I will put them in the chat. I will periodically pin them as we're going. These are all reputable sources. No, studies have been done. Thorough studies, not just, 100 people and that represents an entire community. No. Okay? We're talking decades, century worth of research, okay? Because it's not just Americans that experience colorism, okay? You have it in Australia. You have it in any indigenous community where they were invaded by any other culture, community, color, so on and so forth, okay? I don't have a lot of experience on it, but I have been told that Southern Africa is very colorist / racist. They are Africans. White Africans born in Africa still treated less than. Even if they did not choose to be born there, even if their ancestors were attempting to be the conquerors, white Africans are still, or while, let me be more clear, white South Africans are still marginalized in South Africa. So it happens everywhere. It happens in India. It happens in the majority of Asia, to be honest. The lighter your skin, the better you're treated. They have all kinds of cosmetics that are, how do I say this? Marketed towards white skin, better chances to get married, so on and so forth. Skin lighteners, you who name it. Okay? I don't say his name on this channel a whole lot, and if I do, it's never with a good tone. I don't think this is any exception to that rule. But Michael Jackson blew up in Asia during his time on this planet because he went from dark to light. He did not explode there before that. Okay? Whether it was a skin condition he innately had, or developed, or created himself, however that worked, the lighter he got, the more popular he became in Asia. Fact. Period. And we see a lot of that echoing in modern pop Asian culture today. So, yeah, when he wasn't too loved in America, he ran over to Asia and they said, "Come here." Personally, I think he was what we didn't know about self-love, we didn't know about no body shaming or no self-shaming either. We know better now. When you know better, what? You do better. So, okay. I have beaten around the bush enough. Let's get started. So, week 3, when the wolf is in your house and doesn't know it. So, how do you talk to your family when they are being colorist? Um, First of all, again, welcome back to absolutely everyone, and those who have not been here before, welcome, welcome, welcome. Um, Make sure that my tags are proper because yes, okay, good. Because I never get that right. I always seem to mess that up. Tea's hot, and the cookies are here. So today we're talking about a truth nobody wants to admit out loud, okay? Colorism doesn't only exist out there in the world. Doesn't it just exist in your environment at work, your environment at the babysitters, your environment at the daycare, your environment at the school, your environment when you're out having coffee, or when you're out with your friends, or you're on the dance floor shaking that thing, okay? It exists in here, in your house, with the people you love and love you. Not supposedly love, they genuinely love you. You genuinely love them. In our homes, it's in our kitchens, our partner spaces, and the people we love, respect, adore, admire, and trust. This is not my first rodeo. I have these discussions all the time, as I said in the beginning of the stream. I have been fighting for equal rights and fair rights for all marginalized communities since the day I even knew what the concept was, and even before then. And sometimes the person doing it doesn't even realize that they're hurting anyone. Okay, so we're also going to talk about a little bit about impact over intent. So, colorism is real and it's still here. I am first generation multiracial. My dad is black. My biological father is black. So is my dad. And my mom is white. My brothers are black. At least my 3 older brothers are black. Corey, Isaac, and Trey. Love you guys. Mwah. Well, okay. I love you, Trey, but you a handful. Anyway. But who isn't really? But no, he a fucking handful. Anyway, and then I have only one white sister, and then after me are nothing but mixed kids. There isn't a solid black, solid white person after me. We are all mixed. That includes 1, 2, 3 stepmothers, maybe 4. We don't know if he married Cherie or not. And had kids with her, but it's pretty strongly likely because, we potent in our family. And then, so that's 13 brothers and sisters in total. I think it's 13 including me, but we haven't confirmed the last one. So we're going to say 13 brothers and sisters including myself. And then my dad grew up with what we thought was a big family. We found out it was even bigger. He has over 25 siblings. So his dad also didn't know when the zipper should occasionally go up. Or he had maggots on the top of his shoes. I don't know. But he was my granddad, Odell, and, well, he was also a pill. So, like I said, okay, so, again, The person doing the colorism, doesn't even realize that they're hurting anyone. Okay, colorism is real and still here. Okay, so we're gonna get grounded. Let's get grounded. Colorism is discrimination based on skin tone. And if you look at the scroll above my head, you'll see my human form show up. That is what my human form looks like. But I am still a black woman. I am also still a white woman. I am also still a woman, a person deserving of value, even in the smallest of ways, even in the most passive of ways. You could be the opposite skin tone of me and be hella dark and still be mixed. You could be half white and half black and be the exact opposite spectrum from me. And you're still white and you're still black, or you're still what half and what half you are. You could be mixed as recent as your grandparents, as recent as your great-grandparents. It all counts. It all matters. Because it made you. Colorism is discrimination based on skin tone. So it's a system that stratifies people within a racial group. It's rooted in colonism and racism, and it is alive and thriving in 2026. I said, because I am a parent of, and I said all that to say, I am a parent of a second generation multiracial kid. I am who I am as far as my races are concerned, and my ethnicity, which I don't think I have one according to the ethnicity Bible. My son is on one side half black, half white, and then on the other side he's Creole. Now there's a difference between Cajun and Creole. So Cajun refers back to Caucasian. So that is, it used to be a slur, now they've owned it as a culture. To my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I was told by the actual biological father of my son. Creole is the black side of it. So if you are Creole, that means you have some white in you, some French in you, usually some Sioux, which my son does, and his biological father does, and they are of the lighter tone. I am the light, freaking glowing bright version, okay? Whereas my son's biological father and his mother, which is my son's biological grandmother, are of what's called the light bright quality. They still have all the darker features, and they're dark enough, to count as visually black. To pass. We talked about passing in the last one. That's what that looks like, okay? I am light enough to, quote, pass as a very curvy, very outspoken, white lady. I refuse to, but I can if I wanted to. So that means if you've seen lighter skin treated as, quote unquote, better or more desirable, more protected, even quietly, that isn't just history. Okay, that's now. And I'm going to put a link in here as a reference source for you guys to go and check it on your own time. There you go. Go ahead and click on that. When you click on that, it's going to immediately bring you to the Sage Foundation. So it gives you your ability to research stuff. Okay? You can sign in as an institution if you have an institution to sign in with. It allows you to organize all your stuff. Non-spawn, by the way. They are not sponsoring me in any way. Okay? But this is where you can do your research that is well-rounded and well with subjective, objective, and fact-informed information. Okay? Okay. So that's where that goes to. So it's more desirable, more protected, even quietly. That isn't just history, okay? That's now. So if you've seen darker skin punished, overlooked, or spoken down to, Okay? That also isn't just old news. Oh, that used to happen in X 92 or X, 18 some change or 16, blah, blah, blah. It has happened for the entire extent of human existence. For example, it can go as far as or as small as the color of hair. You always hear about redheads, right? If you haven't heard a slur about redhead, I don't know where you have been on the internet to not have heard that, but okay, sure. But redhead's this, redhead's that. If you are in the travelers and Romany community, you've definitely heard colorism because travelers can blend in, and the only time that they're recognized is by their living habits and how they talk and their culture. However, Romanis don't have such luxury. There are 90%, to my knowledge, to this day, Romanis who have settled down, when it was originally their tradition to roam the earth because they didn't believe that any one man could own land, that it belonged to everybody. So that's where they get the whole thieves from. But they always had darker skin everywhere they went, or they had lighter skin everywhere they went. So everywhere they went, they experienced a form of colorism. And they do to this day. Romanis, by the way, are what used to get called gypsies, which was a slur because they thought Romanis came from Egypt. Some have even said it's as far as the Moses thing. Maybe they're one of the tribes of Moses that broke off and did this out. So that's where they got the Egypt thing, gypsy. We don't say that slur on here except for educational purposes because it is a slur. They do not accept it. It is like saying the N-word. Do not say this to Romani people unless they explicitly say, dude, it's fine. I know you don't mean anything by it, but I doubt you'll find one that will let you. So, understanding doesn't excuse. Okay? So, one thing we say in therapy, or at least I say in therapy, and if you go to therapy or you are a therapist of any capacity, you've heard this before. One thing that's said in therapy, in mental health, and in life is you can understand someone's motivation, their history, their conditioning, but understanding doesn't excuse harm, intentional or not. Okay? Knowingly or not. So you might understand why someone said, oh, you're only half, or any derivative or derogative thereof, or why your family made certain choices, okay? But that doesn't erase the impact that that statement and its variations have on the person that it was said / done to. Because remember, actions speak louder than words, right? And here's the bigger truth. Part of this work is evaluating what labor is yours to explain, to teach, to process internally, and, to some extent externally. Go to therapy. Everybody fucking go to fucking therapy. Everybody deserves it. I didn't say you need it. I said you deserve it. I said what I said. And what labor belongs to them. So, to learn, to reflect, to act. And the choice to not act is also a choice. Okay? You have a choice every single day. Make a change, don't make a change. Change is the only constant. Sorry to let you know. I know this is probably news to some of you, but change is the only constant. And you either accept it and flow with it and or be it and embody it, or you fight your whole life. Sometimes you fight for change. Sometimes you fight with change. Sometimes you just don't, and you go along with it. Those are all choices. But in the context of the talk today, I'm going to repeat myself. Part of this work is evaluating what labor is yours to explain, to teach, and to process internally, and what labor belongs to them to learn, to reflect, to act. So what does it mean when I say the wolf inside the house? The unknowingly colorist person, the wolf, doesn't always mean malice. I'm going to repeat myself because I know some of y'all need to hear that in the back. The unknowingly colorist person, the wolf, doesn't always mean / intend malice. We're talking about that impact over intent part. Here we go. But the harm still lands. It lands on self-esteem, identity, and belonging. So I played for you guys last week Lydia the Bard's song, Feed Us Your Girls. And some of you were like, what the fuck does this, I'm going to say the word sexual assault related song, or also known as the letters S and A, so we call it SA. What the fuck does this SA video have any fucking thing to do with colorism or racism on the whole? Well, I believe it captures it perfectly. So, a quote from the song, okay? And you can go to traplyrics.com and check it out, or you can go directly to her channel, which I am going to link below. A cloak is not an invocation. A cloak is not an invitation. It's not an invocation either, by the way. A cloak is not an invitation. The wolf can be inside the house. The wolf doesn't need permission. He's already inside. And whether the wolf, he's not a vampire, okay? You don't, unlike vampires who have to be invited, wolves are like, fuck you, bitch, I'm here. But the wolf inside doesn't need permission. And whether the wolf knows it or not, it doesn't make the harm disappear. That's colorism. That's abuse. Ooh, I said the A word. Oh my gosh. Flame me in the chat. Go ahead. I'm ready for it. I've gotten yelled at and got things thrown at my face while I'm standing at a podium before. You can't tell me nothing new. It's still abuse, even if the intent isn't there. Okay? I'm going to repeat that. It's still abuse, even if the intent isn't there. There are several kinds of abuse, but the three main ones: physical, emotional, and mental. There's also spiritual, but we're not going to go into that today. That's next week. We talk about religion and its impact on colorism, or the other way around, or how they intersect. Anyway, so why the inside matters more than the outside, okay? Colorism from someone you live with, love, or look up to hurts deeper. Why? Because family partners, chosen family, for us in the LGBTQIA+, hi, chosen family, right? We know what that means. These are the people whose approval and validation matter to us the most. And not just to us, but matter the most. Research has shown that repeatedly. Okay? And yes, in some households, the quote-unquote preference flips, like in mine, like I talked about last week. The darker skin got preferential treatment at home in my house and others, but then out in the world, everything flipped, right? Well, that tension isn't theoretical. It shapes how we move, speak, and even breathe. So, sometimes in the home, or sometimes the in-home preference was protective, compensatory, okay, which means compensation based. A way of saying, I see you and I'm trying to shield you from the world. In my experience, it was my parents' overcorrection and overcompensation for what was already out in the world. They knew we were going to get treated like utter shit. So they flipped that. And the darker skin tones got preferential treatment over the lighter skin tones. Intended or not, that's exactly how it played out. So then I had to go into the world, and I've got colorism from one spectrum in the house, and I've got colorism on another spectrum from outside the house. And I had ADHD and had no idea I had ADHD. And then I had puberty, and curves decided to show the hell up. All of that. Right? But that doesn't remove the complexity of the experience, right? So the world outside is still judging differently. And now your inner world is split. Love for traits the world punishes, and then punish for the traits the world prizes. So you're like, what? Who do I follow? Can you imagine having any other actual documented mental health problem? Having AUHD or AUDHD, excuse me, or having autism, or being healthy your whole life, or at least most of your little kid life, and then boom, an accident happens, and now you have to deal with that in addition to everything else. So the world's already tough and complicated, and now you have to navigate this too. So it's real, and it's real confusing, and it's a chest level hit, to be honest. Again, I encourage you guys to talk. Hit me up. I'm not here to talk at you. I'm here to talk with you. With you. Okay? Tell me what you experienced. Tell me what you're going through. Tell me what you're worried about experiencing. The present day mirror, okay, is something that I want to talk about now. So I want you to remember the stream. You're here. Either you're here live with me or you're watching the VOD later. I want you to look around. Go home. Go to social media. Look at your workplaces, schools, friend groups, dating apps, kink apps. The same patterns exist. They are normalized to a point to where you won't see them, and the person committing it won't see it either. And they'll even get defensive. We use this language in therapy. I felt, what did you mean by that? We don't go, you made me, or you did this, or you did that. That's accusatory. We're not doing that. It's I felt, what did you mean by that? And then give them the chance to answer your question. Right? That's no different here. Ask yourself the same question. When I felt like that person was being colorist, or when I heard something colorist, it made me feel, I wonder what they meant by that. Or I felt like saying this thing I learned later was colorist. I feel some kind of way about that. Let me go see and explore within myself what that means. We are the age of the internet now, okay? You have no excuse not to look this stuff up, but I'm still going to give you links anyway. Being here right now is a choice you are now making right to now to open your eyes, to compare what I'm saying to what you are observing. This is why your part of the conversation is important too. And now, ask yourself. You don't have to answer in this chat. You don't have to answer me right now. You don't have to message me later. Hell, you don't even have to tell me you saw this video or the live, okay? But ask yourself, do I want to do the work? Doing the work requires internal reflection, which is the question, do I want to do the work? Humility. You don't know what humility is. It means being willing to put yourself on a balanced scale with all perspectives in mind. All the perspectives, not just the echo chamber perspective. Okay? Therapy level patience to take critiques without exploding. There's a difference between criticism and critique. Criticism can be malicious and it can't. Critique is always meant for the betterment of the person or persons involved in the critique. I know, I used to be an art student. We did critiques all the time. You learn to get thick skin. Saying something when you notice harm without making a scene. Now, that was a hard one for me. That was a really hard one for me for quite a while. That's called reacting, not responding. And no one, and I mean no one, benefits from you reacting. Reacting is an immediate right then and there. Oh, okay. Or, well, I fucking disagree with you. And and it's not even aggressive. A reaction can be non-aggressive, and a reaction can be getting up and leaving, which is actually a good one if you're feeling some kind of way about something. A reaction could be writing an entire novella and sending that text to whomever offended you or whomever you feel needs your form of education on whatever the topic is. So the react is immediate. It's within the moment of the offense or conversation. Responding requires you to stop, drop, let them down, open up shop. No, I'm joking. But really, stop, drop, and roll out so you can come back and go, okay, I've done some personal evaluation. I've done some personal exploration. I've decided to ask myself when that I felt, what did it mean? Or what did they mean? Or what did I actually mean? Or what did it mean? You know? Who, they, what, where, when, why. Who, they, when, what, where, and how, and why. All of those things, right? It's not small, okay? That is emotional labor, and it's worth naming that up front. But this is the work. Your work. Because you're here right now. You wouldn't be otherwise. So, I'm going to give you guys a quick little script, and I will put it in the chat. Saying something without losing yourself, your values, or your boundaries. Okay? If an offense happens and you blow up, okay, we're all human. It fucking happens, okay? Give yourself some grace. We're all new at this. But then come back. When someone says something like, you're only half where colorism is concerned, or you're only a third, or you're only a fourth, and blah, 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 whatever percentage it is that they're talking about, right? You can try this. That phrasing makes it sound like my identity is conditional. That hurt. You're not blaming, you're not naming, and you're not shaming. And actually, you are naming, but you're not naming the person. You're naming the problem. I'm going to repeat that. You are not naming, shaming, or blaming the person. You're naming the problem, the action, and what the result of that action was. So the phrase again is, that phrasing makes it sound like my identity is conditional. That hurt. As close to that as possible. I'll put it in the quotes. You put two hands, hold on. Or you could also say, I know you didn't mean harm. Like you letting them know ahead of time. You're not just reacting. You took time to think about it. I know you didn't mean harm, but that comment landed as dismissive of who I am. Now, the reason why I didn't say that in any other way than the way I said it is, and we're going to break down these two phrases, okay? In the first phrase, the thing you named was the offense and the result of how that offense landed, right? The second one, you are still naming them because there's a you in there, right? But you're naming them to show them that they were involved in something that hurt you or that had harm. So you tell them, you name them to say, yes, harm was not intended, but harm was still done. Impact over intent. Impact matters over intent. I cannot say it enough. Impact matters over intent. I make the fucking same mistake every day. I made it earlier this week. Okay? I was in business mode and I was talking to somebody really important to me after having a wonderful, productive discussion with someone else on a collab, and I was only in business mode. I wasn't even focusing on anything else, which means I wasn't focusing on the important person to me I was speaking to, which means rather than my intent, I negatively impacted them, which that mattered a whole lot more. Obviously, we worked it out. We talked it out. We got all the weird stuff that we had misinterpreted out of the way. That's healthy, secure attachment, healthy, secure relationship with your mama, your daddy, your auntie, your uncle, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your adopted family, okay? Your found family. That's secure attachment. Look it up. I'm going to type this phrase in too so you guys can look it up. There's two types of secure attachment. There's earned secure attachment, and that is me. I think I didn't spell that right. Oh my goodness. Spelling is a problem. Oh, I put an extra T in there. That's why. So the phrase is earn secure attachment. And then the next one is secure attachment. Those are two secure attachment types. It's in the name, right? And in either case, both styles of attachment require you to have thorough communication, open communication, humility, all the things I mentioned earlier, right? Internal reflection, humility, therapy level patience to take critiques without exploding, and saying something when you notice harm without making a scene, right? Sometimes you need to make a scene. I'm not going to say you should never make a scene. Make a fucking scene when you need to make a scene, okay? But there are times and places. I got said that to me so often as a kid. I can't believe it's coming out of my own mouth, but it's true. There are times and places to blow your shit, and there are times where it would have been better if you had not. There are times when it's reasonable for you to blow your shit. Everyone would have understood it if you blew your shit. And then there are times when there is not. Martin Luther King is a great example of that. Rosa Parks is a great example of that. Malcolm X, I got a list. Let's go. Okay? Goddess rest his soul, George Floyd did not blow his top. He complied. Unfortunately, he paid dearly for it, but he still complied. There are a long list of people, Harriet Tubman, who did not blow their top, but they all did something to help the conversation. They did the work. If you are the type to blow your top every time, that's all anyone is going to expect and hear from you. They're not going to hear what the actual hurt was. They're not going to even stick around to hear you. Now, those two terms, earn secure attachment and secure attachment, look them up. We fluctuate between them our whole lives, okay? You could be secure attachment your whole life, and then boom, suddenly something happens and you're anxious attached. We're not going to go into all that today. But then you could be anxious attached and then become secure attached again. But that is no longer secure attached. It's earn secure attached. I'm not going to go too much further in that, but I'm letting you know we are very pliable as human beings, which means this is something you guys can learn. You have the capacity. Do you have the desire? Do you have the desire to do the work? That's the part of the conversation we're at right now. So we're going to do a quick little, I'm going to go over the script again, okay? So saying something without losing yourself. Keeping your boundaries intact, your spirit intact, your morals intact. Who you are as a person and who you want to be. All of that intact, right? When someone says something like you're only half or any variation of that phrase, you can try. That phrasing makes it sound like my identity is conditional, and that hurt. And you're allowed to put as much weight behind those words as you can. Not yelling, don't yell. Nobody listens to someone who yells. Not crying, no offense. Your emotions count. But people, I've experienced it myself, people do not listen to people who are crying while they're trying to say something important. 9 times out of 10, because we can't get it out, we're too busy crying. Okay? just on a practical level. We can't hear what you're saying because you're busy. I've done it. I still do it. And I need people to tell me, slow down. I cannot understand what you are saying, and I want to hear what you're saying. Can you please get a tissue? We need to have you slow down so I can hear what you're saying. Not here with my earballs only, okay? But with my heart ball too. So, that phrasing makes it sound like my identity is conditional and that hurt, or any amalgamation that is this core sentence. Or, I know you didn't mean harm, but that comment landed as dismissive of who I am, not what I am or where I've been, who I am. Because it would not have landed the way it did if it didn't land with who you are. So it's short, it's clear, it's chest level honesty, and you don't need an essay, although I'm doing one today. You do not need an essay. 2 sentences or 1 whole sentence. And come to me later. Come to me and be like, I think this is bullshit. I think they need a full explanation because they need to know. Go to therapy. Couples therapy isn't just for romantic partners. By the way, shock and awe, you can go to couples therapy if you're just friends. If you're just work buddies. If you're just co-workers. It's called family therapy. Your work family, your home family, your, recreational family. For me, it's my stream family in addition to all that. Your family is pliable, okay? Just as pliable as you are. It changes with your values, your thoughts, your feelings, your concepts. Humans are complicated. Newsflash. So, this is the thing I was going to tell you, okay? This is the internal check part. So this is also for everyone listening to themselves right now. Ready? Okay. I know you're driving, eating, probably wrangling some kids, okay? Or you're at work and you're trying to shuffle whatever the heck your job is right now. Be it paperwork, people, food, what have you. But ask yourself, where do I unconsciously rank people? I ask myself this all the time. I asked myself this morning. I'm asking myself this question now. Where do I unconsciously rank people? I did not spell that right. All right, that's the first one, right? Vanta Fanta says, like how close you are or like what kind of ranking. Yeah, or just somebody you meet on the street. You are your own family. So you're literally asking your most inner circle family, you. So when you're out shopping at the store, what have you, and you see somebody who's darker, how do you react? Now put a lighter person in that same situation, and how would you react? When you see a lighter person, again, Rachel, people like Rachel piss me the fuck off. And even there was there's so many people documented well before Rachel who abuse the system, or not the system, but the inherent social system. But I'm not going to get into that anyway. When you see somebody out in the street minding their own business, doing what have you, doing the exact same thing, now change their skin tone, what would you have assumed? How do you feel around that person? Those kinds of things. Would you feel more comfortable, more confident, or like they are more competent if their skin tone was a different shade? There is a reason that I am a furry PNG tuber. Furries already get enough fucking flack in the fucking first beginning. But at the very least, it's one of my many faces that has a community well established enough and well defended enough that I feel comfortable with that. That should say something to you about colorism. The next question I want you guys to ask yourself is, who do I automatically, that goes back to the previous question, right? Who do I automatically see as safer, more desirable? That part. Remember, we were talking a little bit about fetishism last week. More desirable or more competent. I said that earlier, right? So I'm going to chop that up a little bit. Who do you see as safer? Going back to that scenario of you're at the store, same person, different skin tone altogether, right? Now switch it up. Which one made you feel safer? If you are a white person who's been around Hispanic all your life, you've been in the culture, you're raised in the culture, blah, 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 it doesn't automatically mean that you're going to find that culture safer. If you are a black person who was raised in a white community, all your life, be it the Southwest, or East, we'll say Eastern California, you've been around white people your whole life and you are dark as night, like my daddy. That doesn't mean you feel safe in that community either, but that doesn't mean you don't. Humans are complicated. More desirable. So who do you find? Everyone has some kind of trend in the kind of person that they date, skin-wise, at the very least. People are like, oh, I'm not colorist, I'm not racist, I'll date and marry, what have you, have sex with anything, with everybody. But sit down and look at the relationships that actually mattered to you. What skin tones did you find the most desirable most often? Enough for it to matter. Enough for you to take that leap and go say, hey, what's up? Very rare situations, because we are on the internet, okay? Very rare situations, you'll never know what that person actually looks like, right? Until you actually see them in active person or in video or what have you. And even then, on video, you're not really sure. And even then, in person, you're not really sure. They could be wearing very good costume makeup. But in the bedroom, oh, all bets are fucking off. Right? That is our most intimate, most vulnerable space. Hell, in the shower. If you're the kind of person who likes taking showers with people, which I definitely do, but they don't make showers for my ass size. So, tubs and showers. I have to anyway, long story short, what skin tone do you find commonly most desirable? And when you see these skin tones, who do you judge as more or less competent? Before they even open their mouth. Okay? As an educated, well-educated, I've got the student debt to prove it, woman, okay, I can tell you that I walked into an entire classroom of full grown-ass people and judged them simply off their skin tone. I'm not proud of it, and I still unconsciously do it, and I am trying to unwrap and snatch that shit right the fuck out of myself. I don't I don't unconsciously do it because I haven't done the work. I'm just more aware of it now. And when you know, you do better. When you know better, you do better. So that's that, right? When you see your instructor, when you see your professor, when you see your teacher, when you see, Dr. Who's a What's It's in a gigantic talk room with a huge whiteboard behind them explaining quantum physics, or at least the theory thereof, because we have yet to practice it. If they're black, do you feel that they're confident? If they're Hispanic, do you feel like they're competent? Excuse me, I meant to say competent. If they're white, do you feel like they're more competent? TED Talks, even. People, I watch them all the time. Some lighter skins will have much more full rooms. Darker skins will not, period. Unless they've gotten light skin adjacent notoriety. It's just a fact. I'm sorry. You cannot like it all damn day. It's still a fact. So let me type that in. And while I do that, please again interact. Thank you, Vanta, for asking your question. Again, Vanta asked, do you mean like, and she means do you mean, but I know Vanta, so I know what she means to say by that. Do you mean like how close you are, or like what kind of ranking? Yes, that is in part of it. That is a part of it. Okay. I'm not immune to any of this. Chronically, you can look along my serious dating, engagement, marriage history. Chronically, you will not see a white person among them. Not a one. That was not intentional. I tried. There are some white guys where I'm like, baby, what the hell? Never actually did it. Was not a conscious decision. It's just what happened. I have a size preference, but we're not talking about sizeism right now. We're talking about colorism. If I look at the skin tones across the board, who did I date, marry, kill? Obviously, the white guys kill. They ain't even around no more, right? Or fuck, marry, kill. I fucked white guys. I'm not saying I never did, but they are by far the minority in that population. Vanta says I've dated every color. Right, but we're talking about marginalized within that scope, right? We're looking at the bigger numbers for this question. So, for me, sincere dating with my heart involved, never a white guy among them. Who I have performed with as an adult performer, yeah, I'm getting fucking paid. Let's go. You want it ass up, face down, what you want? But my son, biological father, is Creole. Com.org.edu. Okay? So that's who I made a child with. little lighter than Hazel in South of Midnight. Okay, he still had the, I don't call them dreads, twists. He still had his twists. You know, he never had his hair natural. He always had twists. Um, I've never seen him wear braids a day in his life. Nope, not once. Anyway, and his mother made a mean fucking pot of gumbo. But anyway, of all the people that I've actually had heartfelt relationships with that were healthier than how I started in my sexual journey, way healthier, honestly. Every one of them can qualify as healthier than that asshole. But anyway, they got progressively darker, but they started dark. Okay? The man I married, still also mixed. Half German, half black. Raised with his black family. Dark, 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 okay? But dark nonetheless. So I still kind of stayed on the mixed genre for a while, okay? Initially, though, like high school initially, it was black on black on black on black. The first guy I ever dated was black, although we call him Stinky Stewart because that's a whole story. The girl I first dated, ever first girl in the whole world, I felt dated and fell in love with, black. Another boy I dated in high school and then ended up having an absolutely toxic 20 plus years relationship with, on and off, black. Okay? Consistently. So I started black, went lighter, and then my toner improved. I started black, lost toner, and then I got some more toner and refilled that shit. All right? So that's what I'm saying about more desirable. Who do you actually invest yourself with? Where skin tones are concerned. You don't want to admit it. Nobody wants to admit that they have had colorist tendencies. And you can have colorist tendencies and say colorist things and not be colorist. I cannot say this enough. My so and so is mixed, so I can't be colorist. Nope, that's not much different than saying so and so is black, therefore I can't be racist. Nope, that's no different. And you will never convince me otherwise. Okay, so the next question, or more of a statement, or how do I say this? Okay, so colorism isn't just something done to us, it is a mirror we need to hold up to ourselves. Okay? There's those two questions for you guys. And the effort it takes to reflect, adjust, and unlearn, that's personal work, but it is the work. And good on you, Vanta, for dating every color. But to be honest, again, even if the number is even on all scales, right? Who did you invest the most in? Who had the largest impact on you? And what was their skin tone? The impact can be positive, negative, but it was an impact. So that's the other part of that. So I'm going to put this link in the chat for the source of this information from PubMed. Vanta says tan. Okay, see? That's the work right there. Being willing to be honest with yourself. You don't have to share it with me, but I'm very glad you did. Because that takes strength. That takes being willing to do the work openly. Put that one out there. This is a weird link, but I'm putting it up there. Okay, so when you click on that link that I just put in the chat, okay, it'll take you to National Library of Medicine. Yeah, I went that far. And you can search literally any topic. You don't need to have an account, although obviously they're able to keep your information and you become part of the pool and all that stuff if you volunteer into it. You can always change it if you don't want to be. But it is a resource for this kind of stuff, for mental health, physical health, emotional health. I'm not so sure about spiritual health. I think they just leave that to the other people. And of course, I have an account. I have had an account for a very long standing time. It really takes nothing to sign up. Like, you just need an email. You don't have to be like me and make it fancy. Okay, so the effort for reflection to adjust and to unlearn these behaviors is going to be a long, if not lifelong, process, because you're going to keep getting pelted with it. You're going to keep being told that this is the way the world sees things, and so you should see it this way too. Actively, passively, and subconsciously. So it might mean therapy. Hi, if you haven't heard or been on this channel before, I do therapy. Hi, hello, how are you? It might mean uncomfortable conversations, okay, with your found family, with your loved ones, with the family you were born with, and the family you were born into, the people you give birth to, okay, and the people that give birth, life, breathe into you, pour into you. It might mean watching yourself fail and try again. That last part, I'm going to repeat it. It might mean watching yourself fail and try again. You have to keep trying. You have to keep trying. Be like, well, fuck, that sucked. Oh well, guess I gotta get back up and try again. Dust yourself off and try again. Right? You can dust it off and try again. Try again. Oh my gosh, I'm old. Anyway. But every moment you choose awareness over ignorance, you're breaking a pattern. We were not given this pile of shit. But it is us to make something to do with it. If that's what we want. You're here, so clearly it's what you want. So the first one was colorism definition and foundation. I'm going to put that in the chat right now. These are all my sources. And if you have other sources, credible sources, peer-reviewed sources, I would love to see them. Please. Extended extended research, extensive, word is not working, extensive research, I'm all down for it. I mean, as they say, ADHDers, we love to argue with you for fun. Okay? But this is not an argument, this is a conversation with backed up facts, statements, hundreds of years of history, thousands, I'll even venture to say thousands. It's not new. We just gave it a different name. Same song, different dance. Okay, that's the Colorism Foundation. Colorism and its foundation, excuse me. This next one is in group, and I did not take off the caps. And I didn't put that one in earlier, but I'm putting it in now. So this is in-group discrimination and psychological effects. The next one is about Lydia the Bard that I mentioned last stream on this and this stream. And it is the lyrics, the traplyrics.com location, okay? But you can find it on YouTube just as easily. I personally enjoy the animated video, but the original one, live action video, music video, is also impactful. So again, I want to really, really emphasize this, okay? Yes, it's talking about sexual abuse, also known as the letters S and A, SA, okay? Yes, it is talking about SA, but the same principles that it goes over applies to colorism. Just switch out, and you'll see I'm not wrong. And I never say anything without citing sources. I don't care if it's religion and I'm talking about the Quran. I will fucking pull the Quran up. Let's fucking go. If it's talking about Buddhist scriptures, Shinto, Christianity, I'm pull the Bible up. And I won't just pull up any Bible. I will pull up the Ethiopian Bible and the Hebrew Bible and the Jewish Bible and the King James. We will have an entire fucking church session in here, okay? What I'm saying is, I never, ever, ever don't do my research or share the research that I've done. Like I said, we argue with you for fun. Okay, the next one is wish I could spell properly. And just because I'm citing sources does not mean we're done. Because I have a fun activity after this. Feel free to copy and paste any one of these and look them up. Share them. Heck, share them. I want you to share them. I want to be challenged. And I want you to be challenged as well. And I want you to be challenging, because that's what I'm being. It's only fair. This conversation goes both ways. Oh, we talked about this one, and I totally forgot about that. Last week, we talked about the historical brown paper bag test. And I showed you guys the short of a piece of the Proud Family going through that and exhibiting that with Dijonais, right? If you were here for that, you know exactly which one I'm talking about. Look it up, Proud Family brown paper bag. So here it is. And it's not brown paper bag theory. This actually happened and still happens, by the way. And I'm going to actually pull that video up for you guys so that you have it, so you don't have to go searching for it. Be like, I don't know what it. I never watched the Proud. I'm gonna link it. I'm gonna link it right now. Dang it. So if you missed it last week, this is your opportunity to not miss it this week. All of these sources are available and free. And if you can only do one or two of these, then that's enough, right? Don't overdo yourself. Know how many spoons you have and keep mentally, emotionally safe with yourself, okay? So let's do some reflection prompts. This is the fun part, right? Okay, so week 3 for The Wolf is in the House. Where do you see colorism in your life? I want answers to this, either to yourself or in chat, okay? Where do you see colorism in your life? At home, at work, school, social spaces, dating, or online? Where do you see it? Even if it's just with yourself, name it. I'll pause. I can wait. And this is in your immediate life, just so we're clear. For some of us, it is all of it is the same. It's all in one place. Your home, your work, your school, your social spaces, your dating, all of that is online. Some of it is online. None of it is online. But you're here, so it's a social space. So at least one of them are online. See, if you're here today, you got two of them at least. But yeah, where do you see it in your life and at home, at work, school, social spaces, dating online? Now, I've repeated the question enough. We're going to move on to the next one. Name one moment this past week, since this Monday, where you noticed it, even shortly, if it was just a poof, and then gone. If you're writing this down for your own reflection later, that's a good way to do it. Congratulations. I'm very proud of you. Because I'm one of those people that need to write it down so that I can go back to it later. So when you notice it actively, how do you feel? I'd asked myself this one recently. Do you feel angry, defensive, confused, or sad? When it's brought up to transversely, when it is brought to your attention that you're doing it, how do you feel? Are you angry? Do you feel defensive? Are you confused? Are you sad? And it's okay if you feel all of the above or some of the above. I'll even toss in there disappointed. The next question is, do you let it slide or address it? And why? Hi, Johnny. The next question is, what part of this reflection, okay, is your labor, right? We don't worry about what we can't control in others, but we worry about what we can control in ourselves, right? So what part of this reflection is your labor to notice, to process, to adjust in your own thinking? It's going good, Johnny. It's going good. Thanks for asking. How's your day going? I am not doing a lecture. I'm doing a conversation, so I do want you guys to talk to me. Talk with me. Don't talk at me, because I'm not trying to talk at you. I'm trying to talk with you. Talk to me, I talk to you. Talk with me, I talk with you. We're back and forth here, okay? ADHD, we argue for fun. I say that jokingly, but to be honest, there's a point here. Take some time to answer that last one. If you're still behind a question or two, let me know if you need me to slow down. And I want to let you know, this is what I go through and go with in therapy. Every single time something impacts me positively or negatively, I am reminded every single session, which is, by the way, every week, of this exact thought pattern, this exact necessary self-examination, because you can only control yourself. There are obviously mental health problems where you are compulsory, but you can control the self much easier, better than you can control others. Worry about controlling yourself, not others. Johnny says, it's going good. I'm just eepy. Did you just wake up? Or are you going to go to sleep? And you ask which part is yours because you want to make sure that you're sussing out which part is yours and which part is theirs. You separate that from the conversation. It allows you to see things a lot clearer. I can vouch for that. It actually works. Because the next question, and if this didn't happen to you recently, but you have a situation in mind that you can use these on, go right ahead. I am not requiring you to find something that was recent. It helps. But if you have anything in mind that applies to these questions, use that to help you frame this, okay? The next question is, which part is someone else's labor? To hear feedback, to reflect, and adjust their behavior. Now, this is important. I need you to hear me. I spent, more recently, 4 years deciding that someone else's adjustment of their behavior was my responsibility. And acting on that decision. But it took my whole life. Something took me to do that. It was my whole life of making other people's problems mine. Other people's work, more clearly, mine. I'm not doing that anymore, and neither should you. Which part is someone else's labor for them to hear feedback? Hear feedback, not criticism. Hear critique, not judgment. Reflect and adjust their behavior. So if they have to reflect, that means you don't reflect for them. If they have to adjust their behavior, that means you don't try to adjust their behavior for them. That's called manipulation. And we don't do that, children. Jonathan said, I'm ready to go back to bed. My sleep schedule got messed up. Aw, I sorry. Sleep is important, let me tell you. If anybody knows that, I do. Everyone's always surprised when I say I have to sleep anywhere between 8 to 10 hours to get good sleep. Even though I conk like right the fuck out, that does not mean I'm getting good sleep. And that's a whole other social thing I don't even go to right now. Mostly because it's off topic. Thank you, Pookie Batman, for the follow. I really appreciate that. And a posture check and a hydrate. Woo! You busy. Thank you. Hold on, let me straighten my back. All right. Hydrate. Acquired. Posture check. Hold on. There we go. Pop shoulder. Coming to you live from my bedroom in my brown panties. No. Hey, I did get your attention some kind of way, you guys. So we're gonna now ask. I just did the stretch at the same time you probably redeemed it, Johnny. Let's see. So, internalized colorism. That's the next couple of questions, okay? First one, we're still doing the whole reflection time, okay? That's what we're doing now. I asked this earlier, and I'm going to ask it again because it's part of this, okay? Are there ways you've unconsciously, okay, that means you didn't do it on purpose, okay, or you didn't even know you were doing it. Are there ways you've unconsciously ranked people based on skin tone? You can answer that in the chat, answer that with yourself, write it down and answer it later. All of those are true. This is reflection time. We're not going to sit here and go through this list and then bring it to someone else and say, you do this too. That's not their work. It's yours. Thank you for the lurk, Johnny. Excuse me, my nose is... I have gastric rhinitis, which means whenever I eat or drink, my nose decides to do a track race. It's annoying. And I don't like it. And sadly, it's genetic. I got it from my granddad on my mama's side. Yes, I actually have made an entire 4 to 5 week talk for this because it's important. Okay, so moving on to the next question. The previous question was, are there ways you've unconsciously ranked people based on skin tone? Please feel free to answer that in the chat with yourself. Write it down and answer it later when you have the spoons. What have you. Or shoot, watch this VOD later and play it back and answer it then. I have no idea what the timestamp is right now. 2:10. Yeah, 2:10. That's your timestamp. Okay. The next question is, are there habits or thoughts you can start observing today to unlearn this bias? And I'm curious, if there are habits, what are some of those habits that you can start observing? Just observe them, okay? For the purpose of unlearning them, but at least you recognize them. If you see it, see a need, fill a need, right? But if you don't see it, then you can't do anything about it. You don't know it's there. You're not aware. You can't get clear. Okay. The next one is more of an instruction than a question. It's an actionable step, okay? I want you to pick one moment this week, anytime this coming week, where you can practice responding, not reacting. We talked about the difference, right? Reacting is immediate, response is a pause and a thought. Why? Right? Without exploding, by the way. So pick one moment this week where you can practice responding without exploding, calmly stating impact, because impact matters over intent. Intent matters, but impact matters more than intent. So pick one moment this week where you can practice responding without exploding, calmly stating impact, or setting a boundary. Boundaries are solid. They are not pliable. You do not bend your spine for nobody, okay? And if you did, get some scaffolding. So an example of that, and what that sounds like, is when you said X, it landed like Y, and that hurt. That gives them the impact. It's another version of when you X, I felt Y. What did you mean by that? When you blank, it landed like P, and that hurt. When you blank, I felt blank. What did you mean by that? Because the second one, they both share the impact, right? But the second one now is asking you, or is asking them, excuse me, to evaluate what they actually meant, to deliver the message the way they actually meant to deliver it. Now, if they repeat themselves and you don't like the answer, that's a different story altogether, but at least start here, right? Pick one moment this week where you can practice responding without exploding, calmly stating your impact, or setting a boundary. Okay, so the next one should be a really easy answer for you guys. Ask yourselves, are you willing to do the work that this requires? You're going to feel resistance. Change is hard. You're going to feel it in yourself. You're going to feel it in your found family, your people around you, your close circle. You're going to feel resistance. It's going to get pushback, either from within or without. But it's going to happen. That's part of the work. You cannot control others, but you can manage your own shit. So, again, can you tolerate the discomfort it takes to do it? That's the next question, right? Ask yourself, can you tolerate the discomfort to do it? So if you cannot tolerate the discomfort or any discomfort to do it, okay, the work, can you notice that and still make conscious choices about your actions? Answer that question, either in chat to yourself, write it down for later, watch this back later. Okay, the next part. If you are in a safe space right now, or if you're not, when you are, okay, write or share one small reflection, something you noticed, learned, or want to do differently. We're not taking big swings here, okay? Small bites, small bites. It's a tea party, not a buffet. And I want to say this cleanly: accountability starts with awareness. Either you are already aware and you're helping someone else be aware, or you are now doing the work to become aware when you were not before. That is keeping yourself and the people you love and hold dearly, respect, admire, and look up to accountable. And if you can't do that with yourself, how the hell you gonna do it with anybody else? I want to make sure we understand something, okay? This isn't a guilt exercise, it's a mirror, okay? We're holding up a mirror. It's hard to look at yourself in the mirror. It really is. I know. Literally and metaphorically. We're not here to guilt you guys, okay? But colorism is alive today. Is alive today. I just experienced it not but a moment ago. Not but every day of my life. Every moment to moment, I experience it. I have a sibling who I'm very close to. And when it happens, and when I tell her when it happens, she loses her entire shit. Rightfully so. But that's not what the situation calls for if you want the person to learn. If you know the person is capable of learning. If you know they actually want to do better. Seeing it clearly is the first step to breaking cycles. So you decide how deep you want to go with this. Okay. So we've been here for 2.5 hours, going into some really not light work. We've been doing a lot of excavation, right? We need a little bit of exhale after the storm. So we already discussed discovering the wolf and helping the wolf discover that it is a wolf. Now we're going to talk about the wolf is still here. Rihanna! Foxy! Thank you! Wow! For the raid! Demon Fox King! I appreciate you! We were just going into our extended wrap-up portion. Yeah, so how was your stream? How was your stream? Let me give you a shout out really quick. Rihanna is hilarious. Is it Rihanna or Rihanna? I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing it right. I'm so tired. Ryan. Okay. Ryan. Okay. Ryan is not a furry. Let's be clear. But they are a fellow bisexual, which I can totally hang with. So yeah, we're doing our third week on colorism today about the wolf being in the house. 19 hours and 20. You didn't stop after I left you. Go to bed now. Go get some water, take your meds, eat if you have not, and go to bed, mister. I want you to hang out, but you need sleep. Thank you so much for the raid, though. I really appreciate it. Nah, Mars kept me hostage, and then people want to play. Ranked up twice, though. Nice. 6 aces. Wow. Well, okay. So, as you saw in the title, this is part of the series of how to talk to your colorist uncle. When the wolf is inside your house and doesn't know it, right? So now we're doing our extended wrap up. The wolf is still here. So that means you didn't just scroll past this topic, because if you've been here the whole 2.5 hours, you didn't just like a clip, or you didn't just come here, mommy. Ryan. So yeah, you didn't just scroll past the topic. Okay, you didn't just like a clip or clip this and then moved on with your life. You didn't just agree in theory to everything that's been talked about. Don't apologize. It's fine. Ryan apologized for saying mommy. No. We don't do that here. Be yourself. Be your whole self. You stayed the whole 2.5 hours, right? And that matters. Staying matters. Because colorism survives in comfort. It survives on silence. It survives on it's not that serious. It survives on jokes that aren't just jokes. Comments, I didn't mean it like that. It survives inside houses that look loving from the outside. And we talked about the wolf inside the house. Not the stranger, not the caricature racist, not the easy villain. Okay, that's harder. The wolf on the inside of the house. And it's easier to fight monsters. It's harder to admit the monster doesn't know it's a monster. And it's even harder to admit sometimes that we've been the wolf too. We don't want to believe that we're that guy. But sometimes we are. And when we are, we have to be willing to do the work. And here's the part I really need you to hear. Understanding behavior does not excuse it. Understanding behavior does not excuse it, because in therapy, and we say this all the time, you can understand someone's trauma. You can understand the era that they were raised in. And you can understand the cultural messaging they absorbed. English is hard. Okay. You can understand their fear, because it all does come from fear of acceptance, of being othered. Okay. And you can understand their ignorance. There's a difference between stupidity and ignorance. Ignorance is ignorant. They literally had no clue. There was no way they were going to get a clue. That might be you. That's when they get the clue. But ignorant means they never had a clue. Stupidity is when they had the clue and did it anyway. For whatever reason. I'm going to say it again. Understanding behavior does not excuse it. You can understand someone's trauma, the era they were raised in, the cultural messaging that they absorbed, their fear, even their ignorance. But none of that makes the impact disappear. Impact over intent. Colorism is not just a preference. It's not just aesthetics or for the vibes. It's not just what people like. Colorism is a system rooted in white supremacy. Excuse me, my throat. Scholars like Alice Walker named it. Searchers like Margaret Hunter and Lance Hannon have documented its economic and social impact. Studies from institutions like American Psychological Association show how color-based bias affects mental health, self-esteem, and life outcomes. That means they tracked whole people's lives. Humans can live a pretty fucking long time. And this isn't imaginary. This isn't sensitive. This isn't dramatic. It's measurable. And when something is measurable, it's structural. And when something is structural, it is harm. So yes, colorism falls under racism, and racism is abuse. That also means colorism is abuse. Systemic abuse, racism. Cultural abuse. Psychological abuse. That means colorism, systemic abuse, cultural abuse, psychological abuse, harm. Now, let's bring it to right now. Not 1950, not slavery, not back then. Right now. Look at dating apps. Look at casting choices. I can tell you extensively about that. My brother's an actor. Whew, I have been told some things. And I mean my mixed brother. His mom is white. We share the same dad, biological father, excuse me. Casting choices, look at influencer culture. Look at which black creators go viral versus which ones have to grind 3 times as hard. Look at beauty filters. Look at beauty filters. Look at how algorithms favor proximity to whiteness. That's a learned behavior. Where did they learn that from, I wonder? 'Tis a mystery. We shall never know. World Wide Web. WWW. Worldwide. And algorithms are doing that. That means they have access to all of that information since the birth of the internet. And that's what they chose to lean into. They didn't make that decision by themselves. We helped them. It's called intrinsic bias, folks. You cannot tell me it's gone. Okay? It's just more polished. And here's the part that I want to hit you in the chest. Now that you've heard this, now that you sat through this, now that you know what to look for, you are responsible for what you see next. You are responsible for your choice to not see it anymore. You already know now. And you can continue on and continue to see it, or you can go ahead and put on the darkest fucking glasses you will ever have. But you cannot feign ignorance after this. But you definitely can claim stupidity, because we already defined what those are. I'm not calling anyone stupid. I'm saying the facts are the facts. So again, you're responsible for what you see next, not anybody else, you. But you're not responsible for fixing the world alone. Not responsible for educating everyone. But you are responsible for your own awareness. If this week you notice that a joke about someone being too dark, or the reverse, too light, or not dark enough, or not light enough, a compliment that codes lighter skin as cleaner or softer, or vice versa, a family member ranking babies by shade, a dating preference you've never once interrogated until now, or a bias in yourself. You can't unhear today. You cannot unhear this video. The internet is forever. And whether someone's clipped this, which I have no clue, or this remains on the internet for a while and then people refer back to it. This is going on all my platforms. So good luck trying to take it off the internet. But you can't unhear tonight. The question isn't, is colorism real? Because we've already answered that, right? The question is, what are you going to do with the fact that it is? Because here's where people get stuck. Doing something about it requires internal work. And internal work is violent to the ego. It requires hearing that hurt, that was biased, and that landed wrong. From someone who loves you, and that loves you, and that you love. Care for, adore, respect. Without exploring, without collapsing, without saying, that's not what I meant. Which is the knee-jerk reaction. That's not what I meant. I didn't mean it like that. Whoa, wait a minute now. That's not what I meant at all. Impact over intent. That takes regulation. That takes emotional maturity. That takes sometimes therapy. I will never not tell y'all to go to therapy. Get your ass up and go to therapy. It's scary, but it's worth it. Let's be honest. Not everybody wants to do that work. Some people would rather protect their self-image than dismantle their bias. Ryan, what a philosophical queen. Thank you, Ryan. But it's not just philosophical. This is facts on facts on facts. You missed a good 2.5 hours before you you rated. But I went through all the facts and references and source material. Okay, good. Thank you. Ryan says, nah, you're so real. I'm with you. Thank you. So I want you to ask yourself privately. If you're open, go ahead and put it in the chat. But privately, do I actually want to change, or do I just want to feel like I'm a good person? Do I want actual change, or am I here for the vibes? Do I want the clout that I'm a, enlightened person, emotionally intelligent person? You can be emotionally intelligent and still do dumb stuff. It's possible. You can be the smartest IT person on the planet and still make a couple of mistakes. It's what you do when you make those mistakes is what matters the most. Ryan says, I am not sure this applies to me. Mistakes happen though, yeah. So, do you actually want to do the change for colorism in yourself? Again, you cannot do anything about someone else until you take care of yourself. I've said that countless times in this by now. Real growth is uncomfortable. Real growth costs something. Real growth might mean realizing you benefited from something that harmed someone else. Hi, I'm what they call light bright black. I have colorism privilege. I walk through this whole world with people assuming that I'm anything but black. And I do have white privilege in white spaces. Should I say assumed white privilege in white spaces? Do I want it? Fuck no. Do I have it? Yes. Have I benefited from something that harmed someone else? Yes. By the nature of the beast. So Ryan says, I just don't see people as colors. I get what you mean by that, but when that's akin to the phrase, I don't see color. And when you don't see color, you don't see people like me. It invalidates the colorism experience, those phrases. And that's what we're here to learn about, right? Real growth is uncomfortable. Real growth costs something. Real growth might mean realizing you benefited from something that harmed someone else. And if you grew up in a house like mine, where darker skin was favored, not the other way around, that doesn't exempt you either. Overcorrection is still a reaction, not a response, a reaction to the same system. A reaction is immediate, quick. No time to think, it just happens. A response, you pause, you think about it, you digest it, you go through all the emotions about it, and then you address it. Ryan says, I see people as people. Doesn't matter what color they are, but maybe I don't even know what colorism is. That's what I'm here for. Everyone has intrinsic bias. Every single person on this planet. If you are human, you have intrinsic biases. Okay, I've said that phrase twice now. I bet you no one knows what the hell that means. So let's look it up. So it's subconscious stereotypes that affect the way we make decisions. So how does that apply to colorism? Subconscious means you're not actively doing it. You're not going, oh, who can I be colorist to today? Oh, I feel like being colorist today. I'm going to favor black people today. I'm going to favor white people today. I'm going to favor Latino man. I'm going to favor, the Asian man or the Asian woman. It's subconscious. You do it unknowingly from social and cultural conditioning. And the difference between intrinsic bias to implicit bias is, well, you know what? Let me just do this, okay? The internet gives an example. Hiring managers favoring candidates with white-sounding names over equally qualified candidates with black-sounding names. Well, that applies to colorism in the similar way. Lighter skin favoring lighter skin over darker skin. Darker skin favoring darker skin over lighter skin. So intrinsic is something you do not make the choice of. It's not intentional. Now, extrinsic is the exact opposite. It's cognitive bias. You do it on purpose, willingly, knowingly, happily, maybe not happily, but you still do it. Under the influence of external rewards. Another word for it is called judgment. Ryan says, true. Ryan says, I hate shit like that, man. Teardrops. I know, buddy. If they are qualified, they are qualified. Period. Exactly. Period with the T at the end. So, everyone has an intrinsic bias. It's conditioning through your culture. Primarily, and the judgment you make based on that as you are developing as a human being. What we're doing today is doing the parts to help dismantle the colorism part of it. Okay, so overcorrection is still a reaction to the same system. It's still skin ranking, and it's still hierarchy. It's still operating inside the framework colorism built. Colorism is a branch of racism. Racism is abuse. Abuse is harm. Colorism, by proxy, is abuse. Abuse is harm. Ryan said, I had a lot of intrinsic bias growing up, but once you learn to think for yourself, you start to realize how dumb it all is. Yes, and that's exactly what today is about. Recognizing the markers so that you can do something about it. Ryan says, or at least that's what happened with me. It's what happens with everybody. That's why you're here. That's why we're all here today. And those who see this VOD after I'm done recording. So the framework the colorism built, I had to survive inside that. Yay! And then step outside at 17 into a world where the hierarchy flipped. Well, not at 17, but fully at 17, but then, you know what I mean. back and forth between having darker skin favored in my household to having it flipped when I went to school or activities or field trips. I lived in the Delmarva area. Our field trips were very often to DC, where the museums were, where the exhibits were. And I was an art student. Where did you think I went? Very frequently. Okay, so Ryan says Delmarva. Ryan says that's not fair. Ellipses. Delmarva. Wait. No way. So Delmarva is a colloquialism for Delaware, Maryland, Virginia area. So, because I had to do that inside and survive inside that environment at home and flip between the two every single day of my life. Because it didn't stop just because I went to school. It was in my neighborhood. I told you guys last week about the other mixed kids. And heck, everybody outside our front door. Everybody outside our front door. Ryan says, I am aware I lived there. Oh, okay, good. Then you know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. This will be easy. Oh. And I was also explaining Delmarva for the folks in the back who are like, what the fuck? She said, what the hell is a Delmarva? Just outside of Baltimore, no less. Oh, what side of Baltimore? Anyway. So again, that kind of duality messes with your nervous system. It messes with your identity, and it makes you hyper aware. South Baltimore. That's what I figured. That was not a reflection on you. It's just the way you said it. Well, okay, so I'm going to stop for a second and address what Ryan said. South of Baltimore, 15 minutes south. I know that area very well. Very, very well. I went to school in Prince George's County. So, I know the area. I went to Thomas Johnson Middle School, Andrew Jackson Middle School, Princeton Elementary, Princeton Elementary. There was Linden Hill Elementary. I went to a lot of elementaries, you guys, okay? I was Suitland High School. Glen Burnie, there you go. So I know the area that Ryan's talking about. And I don't know if it's gotten any better since the last time I was there. I don't think so. It's the area where the street lights are off, and it's not because the rich people paid for it to be that way, like it is in the Southwest. Anne Arundel County. Oh no. That's what AA County means, by the way, for you guys who don't know. Out there in Anne Arundel County. Okay. So, it's a little north of Prince George's, if I remember properly. When someone says you're only half black, that doesn't land neutral, no matter what context or intent. The impact is it lands on layers: history, context, memory. Ryan says, depends. Grew up in Pasadena towards Gibson. Spent a lot of time living in Severna Park, and now I'm in Glen Burnie. You did totally dox yourself, but you didn't put your address out there, so you're fine. So, I'm going to repeat it. When someone says you're only half black, that doesn't land neutral. that lands on layers, history, context, and memory, and that's the point. The wolf doesn't have to intend harm for harm to happen. So as we close this talk today, not the stream, you got a whole nother ass hour. I don't want applause. I don't want agreement. I don't want even virtue signaling in the chat. Don't do it. Because I already called you guys out for it. I adore Ryan, but he got called out too. I will call you out. I don't give a shit how much money you've given the channel. Or how often you're here. What I want is awareness. I want you to leave here and notice. Notice your language. Notice your jokes. Notice your dating patterns. Your beauty standards. And how you rank people subconsciously. And then decide. Not emotionally. That's a reaction, right? Not defensively, which can also be a reaction. But intentionally. That's the response part. Is this something I am willing to unlearn? You've been here this whole time. I strongly doubt that answer is going to be a no. But if yes, that is very brave. And what do I always say about being brave? Bravery is not being unscared and doing the damn thing. Bravery is being so scared your knees are knocking together, you're pissing and pooping your pants at the same time, and you're ready to throw up. And you do the damn thing. If your answer is no, at least be honest about it. You ain't got to tell me. You ain't got to write it down. Be honest with yourself about it. Because pretending it's gone is how it survives. You're going to hear this again when I talk about homophobic and homophobia and bisexuality in June. Okay? And no, I'm not going to shut up about it. It's my channel. You don't like it? Bye. I do not need you. See you later. Or you could stay and figure out why you don't like it. Because pretending it's gone is how it survives. Like a cockroach. Pretending you don't hear the scurrying in the walls. Plugging your ears. Making the TV louder. Throwing up your speakers as loud as they fucking can go until your windows are vibrating. But it's still there. We don't get to choose the system we were born into. We do get to choose whether we replicate it. And the wolf loses power the moment it is named. And today, this afternoon, we named it. I'm going to take a pause because that was a lot for a lot of people. Ryan, go to your timestamp when you rated all that time before. I know you want to watch it, so I'm letting you know all that time before, the hour, 2.5 hours. You want to catch up? That's a good way to catch up once this post says a VOD. All right, let me catch up with chat. Okay, so Ryan says, to be honest with you, I think it's getting better around here with all of that. But I was never living in the thick of it anyway. Yeah, well, I was. Ryan says, closest I got was living in Curtis Bay for like 7 months. Oof. Ryan is saying, capital letters, Queen! Ryan also says, speak your truth. Thank you. Ryan says, ignorance is weakness. Awareness is strength. I agree. Knowledge is power. Still agree. So, we're going to talk about that mirror because I mentioned it earlier. I don't want you to clap. I want you to think. So let's do this activity together. Close your eyes for a second. Make sure my volume's up so you can hear the instructions. Participate if you want. I'm not going to pull your arm out if you don't. But close your eyes for a second. I want you to picture the first time you heard someone comment on skin tone. Skin tone, not race. Skin tone. Light, dark, too dark, pretty for a dark girl, good hair, bad hair, exotic, red bone, high yellow, light bright, dark as night. Oreo, inside out Oreo. Mutt, mixed. Who said it? Were you the one being ranked? Or were you ranking someone else? You can talk about it in chat if you want. I'm not going to force you. Were you the one being ranked, or were you ranking someone else? Ryan says both. That's entirely fair and very, well, judicious of you. Now, ask yourself, did anyone ever sit you down and explain why that language was harmful, or was just normal? It's what everybody did. It's part of just it's what was done. What is being done? What had been done? Just normal. Now, I'm going to press gently but firmly. Oh, wait, there's chat. Ryan says, well, it was more like I heard my father saying those things. Again, the question is the first time you heard someone comment on skin tone, right? So you can name the person if you want, that's fine. Just make sure you picture that person. Make sure you pictured who it was. You just named it, so that's fine. Were you the one being ranked, or were you ranking someone else? And you said it was both. The other part I said was, did anyone ever sit you down and explain why the language was harmful, or was it just normal? Now I'm going to press again, gently but firmly. If it was normal, that means it was learned. You learned that. And if it was learned, it can be unlearned. Now, just because you learned something that was bad does not mean it's your fault for learning it. It's the educators who are the ones that are educating you. You're the student in that case. They have a responsibility to their students, right? Ryan says, I've been ranked, but it wasn't by my father. And as for my dad, I asked my grandmother about why he was saying these things, and she told me not to listen to him. Grandma, for the W's. Can I get a W in the chat for Grandma? Bet you her answer was, honey, I don't even know where he got that from. Sure the fuck wasn't me. But again, if it was normal, that means it was learned. Hey, gang. She said, girl, yeah, I know. He said, what? And what it can only be unlearned if you're willing to feel embarrassed. This is where the emotional BDSM part comes in. Ryan says chocolate went flying. I hope he knows how to duck and weave. That's all I gotta say. But she's his mama. First of all, we ain't gonna talk about that thing that I almost said, but she's his mama. She can correct his ass. I mean, anybody can correct somebody, but whew, mama's got the best influence. Ryan said, my dad is prejudiced to every minority group. See? You can be a minority and still be colorist. You can be a minority and still be racist to other minorities. I know. Crazy. Yang says, sounds like my nana who didn't approve my father at all. From beginning, and I'm fourth child. I learned the hard way and understand now what they mean when they say old person's wisdom. Ryan says, oh no, we're white as fuck. Okay. Still, she took her house shoe and threw it. That's enough. Ryan says, white and privileged. Yeah, I was raised in the projects. Then we moved to the ghetto. Then we went to the lower middle class. We were in that weird space between upper, lower class, and lower middle class. Ryan says, no, I wish she did that. But like I said, she wasn't his mama. Oh, okay. She was my mom's mama. Well, she was a mama. That's her son-in-law. Hands off. She got this. So again, going back to what I was saying, I'll pop in the chat just one more time, but I really want to get to this part. So it can be unlearned if you learned it, and only if you're willing to feel embarrassed. BDSM, right? Emotional BDSM. But only if you're willing to realize you were wrong. Only if you're willing to tolerate discomfort without turning it into anger. Okay? Let that breathe for a minute. We're going to let it breathe. Think about what I just said. And while you're thinking about that, I'm going to catch up with chat. Let's see here. Okay. She cooked him in other ways. Don't worry. And I lost some of the chat. There we go. Yang says, not going to go deep into it, but basically he blamed me for stealing money from company I hadn't worked for over half a year. His exact words, well then wait for Interpol. Whoa. I blocked his number and haven't talked with him for 8 years. Can I get some W's in the chat for Yang? Please and thank you. Still waiting for that Interpol, says Yang. Ryan says, my mom's parents were always very accepting. They still struggle, but they were always honest about that. Things were different when they grew up. Or when they grow up. And changing a mindset is hard, but at least they were trying. And that's what we're talking about today. That part too. There are two kinds of people in this conversation, as Chad has now confirmed. The people who have been hurt by colorism and the people who have benefited from it. And here's the twist. Sometimes that's the same person. Hi, my name is Silver Goddess. And that's me. I've been hurt by colorism. Continue to be hurt by colorism. As soon as 4 hours ago. And I don't get large spaces. It consistently happens. But I've also benefited from it, which I confessed in the first part 1, and I confessed again in part 2, and I'm going to say it again because I'm not going to pretend, okay? There was a time when I understood that I had a certain privilege. Now, did I know it was colorism? No. But I knew I had a certain privilege because of my skin tone. And I used it to steal. Walk right in, head held high, shoulders back, chest out. Whole cart of groceries. Just may as well have taken my whole arm and shoved the whole shelf in. I got the most expensive food. I went to the most expensive grocery stores. Prices that would make you guys pee your pants. Went around the whole store. Got even fresh food. Walked right out. Nobody stopped me. Dressed to the nines. Like I had a business meeting to go to. Or like I was just there really quick before I had to go do something else important. I'd go in small business jewelry shops. I actively stole black pearls. Okay? Because I could walk right in and right back out without being, hi, how can I help you today? Not a word, not a single word to me. Let me be darker in those same spaces. Dress the same way, acting the same way. I bet you fuck ton I would be stopped. Once, twice, at least 3 times. Here's the irony. I was stopped at a store. It was a Best Buy in Bellevue, Washington. Still looking the way that I do. I wasn't even stealing. I had just became homeless. And I was tired of looking around my suitcase. So I put it in the cart. And I had to take headache medicine because I was in the middle of a migraine. I had just was a paying customer just to get a phone card so I could get my phone turned back on. The last little bit of money I did have, paying customer. I watched the guy follow me, white guy, follow me all the way to the bathroom so I can go get some water and take care of my business. I left the cart outside of the bathroom after I had purchased my shit. Purchased with receipt in hand. Came out the bathroom. On my way out with the cart, with only my suitcase that I came in with and did not open once. Did not stop at one shelf after I purchased my stuff. And the only shelf I did stop at was the phone card shelf. He stopped me at the door and said, I can't let you take the cart outside. Why? Well, we don't let carts outside. I'm staring behind him in the parking lot at several carts. And I'm watching people go out the door with carts. That's a different situation. Ma'am, I cannot let you take that cart outside. Fuck it. Fine. Fine. Got my suitcase, got my coat, and left. I had to go catch the bus. But not before I was at the elevator and I was at the top floor of the parking lot and there were carts all over the damn place. I lost my shit. I called the owner of Best Buy because he lets it known that he wants people to call him. And I told him everything. I emailed his ass too, just in case he missed the phone call. The next day, I got a phone call from his subordinate. I got told the guy was fired for improper profiling. See what I mean by intrinsic bias? No, I wasn't judging my skin tone. Not at all. And the one of the few times I actually got caught, air quotes caught, suspected of doing something bad, I actually was a customer. Every single time that happened. Not happy about what I did, okay? This was after I decided to stop stealing. This was after I decided that I was going to go straight. The only straight I can do is that kind of straight. But anyway, after I had given back the pearls, after I had all that, and here's another thing. I didn't get arrested. I didn't get charged. I didn't get forced walked off the property. None of that. Had I been a darker skin tone? Fuck yes. Guns in my face. For Hot Pockets. Had I been a darker skin tone in that Best Buy, I would have been laying in the damn store. Are you kidding me? If that was his reaction. This was less than 10 years ago, you guys. In the Pacific Northwest, where Seattle is supposed to be the most understanding in all of the country, yet it still happened. The people who have been hurt by colorism and the people who have benefited from it. Hi, my name is Silver Goddess. Sometimes it's the same person. If you are lighter skinned, you may have been praised in the world and resented at home. Like me. Or the other way around, actually, because I was also bullied for being too light. I was heavily bullied. I thought I was better than them. Because I looked the way I did. Either it was my curves or it was my skin, but it had something to do with my appearance, something I literally do not have any control over. If you're darker skinned, you may have been uplifted in your household and devalued outside. I can tell you that right now it happened. Me and my sister scrappy. Okay, all my sisters and brothers are scrappy because of it. Not that that's something we desire to get scrappy people, but you get what I'm saying. Both things can be true. Duality is not, by the way, a contradiction. But here's the real question. If you benefit, even slightly, are you willing to admit it? I'm not better than somebody because I admit what I did. I'm not better than somebody because I made excuses. It was for my kid. It was because I'm separated from my husband and then I'm divorced. But I am willing to admit it. Because the fastest way to kill growth is defensiveness. You can literally say, if your first reaction to this talk was, well, I'm not like that, Ryan, hi, be willing to admit that you did that. I love you. But if your first reaction to this talk was, well, I'm not like that, pause. Nobody who is like that thinks they are. That's the point of the wolf is in the house. The call is coming from inside. Ryan, let me catch up with chat. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Okay. Let's see, where are we? Ryan says, I haven't seen my dad in 4 years since his mom's funeral. He was a deadbeat, lol. You need hugs. Yeah, get your shit, queen. I mean, wait. We don't celebrate bad behavior. We celebrate chaos. Chaotic good, but not bad behavior. Ryan says, I'm immune, Lamau. Ryan. Bias does not require hatred, it requires conditioning. We keep talking about the culture, environment around you, those who taught you, those who raised you up, those who are around you right now. Whether you want them around you or not is a different story altogether. The people you involve yourself with day to day, minute to minute. I'm not saying sequester yourself like a cloister, okay? You're not an abbess. You're not a monk. Even then, you're not immune to intrinsic bias and cultural influence. You're just not. You're on the internet, damn it. You don't have to be a hateful person to have biases. You can be the best person in the world. Mother Teresa, okay, still had biases. You could be a clergy person like myself. Yes, I am clergy. Hello. I actually can do a good majority of all the religions because I'm agnostic. I don't understand them completely because I don't practice them and I'm not that intimate with it, but I do have at least a proverbial understanding and can practice and function as a leader in certain communities. Yes, and I do. But because I am that open and that weaving Does not mean I don't have biases. You could be Mrs. Weasley and still have biases. So we live in the age of filters, right? In the age of algorithmic beauty and AI, and in the age where lightning can change your shade. Or lighting, not lightning, can change your shade. So we have TikTok filters that lighten your skin, right? Brian says, is literally evil. We're not trying to villainize people. We're trying to admit to our biases. As we said before, you could turn the volume all the way up till your doors and windows are vibrating, until they break. That doesn't mean the cockroach is not still there. Just because you never see it doesn't mean it does not exist. Object permanence, anybody? Yang says, I hate that part about USA. They have divided people. I remember when I studied IT in school. I had 2 black girls and 1 black guy in my class. Amazing people. Segregation is hurting communities and country itself. Hashtag every person matters. Don't hurt me, I'm just a messenger. Well, for this purpose, I'm going to counter that with Black Lives Matter too. People always leave that last word off. And when they do, I talked about that, they leave off the whole meaning. So again, we have TikTok filters that lighten your skin. We've had that for quite a while, to be quite honest. It's just been getting better and better over the years. We've had that since Snapchat. I mean, if you really want to be technical about it, we've had it since ever, because Photoshop has always been a thing. And some aesthetics of influencers, right? I hate that I misspelled that. Give me a minute. I'm fixing it. Much better. And I was saying before, because my brother's an actor, I believe the last time I spoke to him, he was on, or trying to go on to Broadway, and he was a stage actor. He tried to get into film. He did a couple commercials, one of them for Verizon. I remember distinctly. I was so happy for him. But anyway, and a couple of Razor commercials. But the last time I spoke to him, he was a stage actor. And before that, I have a sister who, when she was little, my mom and dad tried to put her through children acting, and that is showing through there too, because she's dark. Not dork, but she's dark enough to pass as black, but too dark to pass as white. She's in that range. So in those cases, usually it's the mulatto, the high yellow, the light brights that are picked. Xenia, Ariana Grande, Mariah Carey. We know they're mixed. They've said this much. We gloss right over it, though. We do not validate their lived experience. And they have to internalize that every day, every time they go to work. I know you guys see this too, right? Please, we're here to be honest with ourselves. Great example. Beyonce. When she started, she was the lightest of her troupe. Yes? Of the troupe, who is the most successful? Tell me I'm lying. I want you to tell me I'm lying. Yang says every life is equally valuable. Every life matters. I get where you're going with that, Yang, but we're not here for every life matters. We're here for Black Lives Matter too, and in this specific context, colorism. Every life matters doesn't need to be recognized because we already know that. That's why Black Life Matters 2 exists, because it's not intrinsically known. That's what we're talking about today. I once heard a story where a doctor lost his license because they refused to operate a black guy. Yes. And the guy, redacted, it was huge scandal where I live. Oh, I see. Because doctors swear oath to save every life, no matter the cost, no matter the color of their skin, no matter what their beliefs are. Every life is priceless. Black Lives Matter. All life is priceless. All right. I'm begging you to correct those last two hashtags and put it into the right one. Black Lives Matter 2. I do agree. No one's going to say all life is not priceless. Okay? That is a known fact. Everybody agrees to that. What we are talking about is Black Lives Matter 2, and specifically colorism. So if you don't put the 2 at the end, you're no better than everybody else, leaving off the whole sentence and therefore the whole meaning. Yang says, okay, my bad, but yes. See, this is why I like you guys. You guys are willing to listen and understand and ask questions and challenge me and are okay with me challenging you right on back. Ryan says, we know that every life matters. That's a part of it. But the Black lives are the ones that need to be protected in this country specifically. I'm going to add that part, Ryan. They are just as important as anyone else. And we need to make sure that we are letting that be known. Precisely. We are not negating the fact that other lives don't matter. We are saying we matter too. So, dating app preference language. Okay, who's doing the dating apps right now? Not me. I don't even have to stretch my legs to get a date these days. But anyway, but if you still look at the language preferences, right? And the resurfacing of the exotic compliment. So let me explain why I get angry about that one. Exotic is a microaggression. It's not a compliment. And it's used on women of color and those with mixed heritage. Not or, and. And therefore, especially those with mixed heritage. Because it implies that a person is foreign, or it others them, or that we're some kind of tchotchke on a shelf. It just reduces us to an object rather than recognizing us as an individual with same needs and wants and desires. I understand in other languages it's a compliment, but not in this context. Ryan says, it all goes back to the scripture, I guess. We're all born equal because we are. Unfortunately, society is a bitch and we gotta correct that. Yang says, I hate elitists who think the opposite of what we fight here, especially when we look at USA. Ryan says, there's a better word for it than exotic. That word can be harmful. Thank you for understanding that, Ryan. And you mentioned scripture. So I want to make sure everybody understands. I am agnostic. I am not Christian. Okay. I am a clergy person and I do lead a community. And I have led several different religious communities. And I have certification to proof. I got the certification hanging on my wall. I'm looking right at it. But when you say the scripture, everybody in America, for the most part, knows what you mean, Ryan. Worldwide, heck, they'd understand that too, but that's because Christianity is spread so worldwide. But to be fair, you could be talking about scrolls. You could be talking about the I Ching. You could be talking about you know what I mean? The Tao, also known as the Tao, because some people can't pronounce it for some reason. Ryan says, this girl's a preacher. Praise Jesus. You may praise Jesus if you would like to. You can go right ahead. So I'm glad you guys see it. Thank you for admitting that. Because colorism didn't disappear, it just digitized. Yes, I'm a preacher that can make a preacher cuss, and I'm a preacher that cusses. Voila. I fit all the boxes. Colorism didn't disappear, it digitized, okay? It got a ring light and a brand deal. Okay? You know what's wild? We're participating in it while saying we don't even believe in it. You know how they say, I don't believe in Jesus. Well, Jesus believes in you. Guess what? I don't believe in colorism. Colorism believes in you. Ryan Ryan says, so basically the world sucks and it's our job to fix it. See, yes. Hi. Shimasen. And I only know that one because I had to apologize a lot when I was in Japan. Anyway. So whenever that comment was made, only half black, at any point in my life, okay, it didn't hurt because I didn't know who I am. Or that I don't know who I am. It hurt because I do. It hurt because it was a first crack in something that had felt safe. Remember earlier when I started, we're talking about your found family, your family of any type, or people you look up to, love, adore, appreciate, and respect. So therefore you feel safe. And you had been validated by these people on multiple different things, right? It hurt because I felt safe. And then I got reminded that I'm not, by the very people who said, I got you. Why do you think essay in the home is so detrimental compared to a stranger essay? And when the wolf is inside the house, when the call is coming from inside the house, that bite feels different. Not because it's stronger, but because you weren't bracing for it. You weren't bracing for it because you didn't expect it. You didn't expect it because you felt safe. That's what colorism inside love feels like. Inside care, inside respect, inside adoration, inside wanting to protect what you have so worked hard for in yourself. Confusing. That's the first thing that hits. Quiet and heavy. Let me catch up with chat. Um, Ryan says, so basically the world sucks and it's our job to fix it. Yes, as I said before. Most people would rather be complacent and stick with the status quo, though, says Ryan. Yang says, I don't know how to say that without it being taken wrong, but factually, even a Mexican is really an American. You're not wrong. Because America is a continent. It's like saying I'm Estonian, but I'm also European because Europe is a continent, just like America, North and South. And Central. Don't forget Central. Mexico is Central America. Ryan said, it hurt because they are saying you don't belong to anything, maybe. Well, at least not to that thing. They're not intentionally saying it. That's the point here. They didn't even know that when they said that, that's what they were saying. But that's still impact and intent over impact. Yang said, I just saw a clip of ICE booting non-Americans. I don't like ICE. Pfft, buddy, you are not alone in that sentiment. Ryan says, yeah, Americans don't see it that way. Yang says, also factual. Yang says, not really Americans, but that elitists that sit on their thrones stick so far in their, they have lost a sense of reality. Ryan says, they are wanting you to feel alone and worthless, which you're not. I don't say they're actively wanting when they do that. Again, we're still talking about the people who don't even know they are the wolf. Okay? Yang says, anyway, I be lurking and I have to go something to eat. I go have something to eat. Blah. Be right back. All right, thank you. Don't forget to do exclamation LURK. Thank you. Yang says, thing is, a lot of Europeans support black communities across the states. You want to capitalize that B, by the way. It's an identity, so it needs to be capitalized. Yang says, unlike American leaders, don't get me started. We thought when we had Obama, we were done. We were wrong. This is clapback from Obama. That's what this is. And Obama was another light-skinned, multiracial guy. I don't care who you talk to. But he got qualified as a black guy because he was of the darker spectrum. Colorism. Same thing with Kamala. Tell me I'm lying. I don't want the right skin tone for the job. I want the right person for the job. But that's not what we're getting. Now is it? I'm not saying I'm against Obama or Kamala. I'm said what I said. Ryan says, a lot of Europeans look at us like clowns in that department, amongst others. Ryan says, maybe not, Silver, but the thing is, the way this country is going, people are becoming far more comfortable with unapologetically being assholes, so who knows? That's why the work I am doing is all the more important now, isn't it? I cannot make you guys unlearn this. You've been here for almost 4 hours now. I cannot make you interrogate your dating preferences either. Okay? I cannot make you correct your uncle. I cannot make you sit in therapy and learn emotional regulation so you don't explode when someone tells you that you caused harm. But I can make you aware. And here's a question. Now that you see it, what kind of person do you want to be? Not the question is not, are you good, are you bad? The question is, are you willing? Growth costs ego. Growth costs comfort. Growth sometimes costs relationships, as hard as that is to admit. You may have found the absolute love of your life, but stagnation costs integrity. Now, I know that because last year I lost a relationship that was stagnating and had stagnated for quite a while. I was just the only one trying to fight to keep it, like a dumbass. So when I tell you stagnation costs integrity, it's a lived experience. And even before that, every single relationship, stagnation. And I lost myself every single time because I thought it was me. It was me. It was me. It wasn't always just them, but it certainly wasn't always just me either. And the part that I needed to recognize at that time, every single time, is I could change. I could do it different. I could stay and accept their poor behavior and accept their judgment of me and accept how they saw me or not. And we're here, so you already know the answer to that question. Let me catch up with chat. Ryan says, who knows? Yang says, let's be honest. Everything I've heard last couple of months makes me want to come to states just to exercise the right to fight corrupt government. I don't know exact part where it's written in amendments, but I know you do have that. Lurk. Thank you for the lurk. Yang says, I've been in therapy pretty much my whole life, so it's a bit easier for me to see things that most don't. Yes, I've been in consistent therapy for the past 2.5 years. So I feel you on that. So Ryan, then you can tell everyone else, it's scary. Okay, it's supposed to be scary when you first start. It gets real scary when you first start, and then you realize the first day is paperwork only. You definitely feel let down. You work yourself up so much. You go to your first meeting, it's paperwork. Yang says, coming from poverty and knowing humility, I do not condone what your government is doing. Thank you for saying so. I don't condone it either. And I live here. I'm not saying life in the EU is flowers and sunshine, but I have noticed governments try to follow what yours is doing, and it's felt hard. See? So when the leader in the House is doing colorism, what do you think everyone else is going to do? Including you. It could be a financial leader in the House. It could be an emotional leader in the House. It could be a physical leader in the House. It could be a mental health leader in the House. But if the leader of the House is doing colorism, what do you think you're going to end up doing? Yang says, I can't imagine why Europe wants to be so much like states' corrupt government. Government is corrupt, period. It's our job to make sure that it doesn't get too far left, too far right, and try to keep it as balanced as possible. It never will be balanced, but we do our best to make it balanced. Yang says, I don't know, is it money they chase or what it is? It's money, it's clout, it's name it. Pride. Pick something, okay? Chase or what it is, but I don't like the direction my own government is going. Ryan says, might have to do with our super or superior economy, to be honest. Yeah, but that's capitalism, and we're not here, to talk about that, but capitalism. We will at some point talk about it, but not right now. Yang says, because every day it resembles more and more the horror stories I know from states. Ryan says, which is plummeting, might I add. So we did not gather here to prove colorism exists. It exists. Period. The last two streams, yeah, we were there to prove it. We gathered here today to decide whether we are going to participate in it unconsciously or dismantle it consciously. Every joke you let slide is a vote. When someone I cares about makes a joke and I don't address it, that's me voting to accept it, to be okay with it, to let them have that one so they can just turn around and do it again. Every time, every bias that you challenge is also a vote. Every time you say that landed wrong is a vote. And we talked about how to do that, which I will go over since y'all missed that part. And silence is also a vote. The wolf loses power when it's named. We named it. Now you have to decide whether you're going to keep feeding it or starve it. Week 4. We don't just talk about it next week. We start building something different. All right. Let me say this clearly before I go over the parts you guys missed that is relative to what I'm talking about. Colorism is not an accident. It's not a penalty quirk. It's not just how people are. It's conditioning. It's hierarchy. It's survival logic passed down so many generations that it started to feel like tastes. And taste can be taught. Some of us were taught to survive by being lighter. Hello? Some of us were taught to survive by being darker. Some of us were praised at home and diminished outside. Some of us were diminished at home and fetishized outside. Hello? But all of us were shaped by it. And here's the part that matters. You are not responsible for the system you were born into, but you are responsible for what you perpetuate. Understanding why someone said something does not erase the impact. Understanding trauma does not excuse harm. Understanding history does not cancel accountability. Did we excuse Christopher Columbus once we learned the truth? Then why excuse this? If the wolf doesn't know he's a wolf, the bite still breaks skin. Chompers still chomp, okay? So now that you've sat here, now that you've heard this, now that you can see it, you don't get to pretend. You don't. You will notice the joke. You will notice the preference. You will notice the compliment that feels like a comparison. You will notice the silence in the room when someone darker gets passed over. Or when a content creator judges anime off of hair and skin tone. That video we watched last week, yeah. And I actually like their stuff. And in that moment, you will make a choice. You will either protect your comfort, which is normal, heck, even expected, or you will protect your integrity. Growth is not loud. Growth is not dramatic. And it's not a hashtag. It's a quiet decision over and over again to interrupt what was handed to you. And that requires ego death. RIP to my EGO. Put your ego on a goddamn t-shirt. Hand that bitch out to everybody you know. It requires humility, and that requires being able to hear that hurt without collapsing or exploding or getting defensive. Not everyone wants to do that work, though. So I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm asking you to decide who you are when it counts. Because silence is a vote. Laughter is a vote. Correction is a vote. Reflection is a vote. And every day, whether you admit it or not, you are casting one. Today, we named the wolf. The only question left is, are you going to keep feeding it? Are you finally going to let it starve? So, I promised a quick review for those who were not here. Colorism is defined as discrimination based on skin tone, a system that stratifies people within a racial group, rooted in colonialism and racism. Okay? We talked about understanding the behavior doesn't excuse the behavior. And we talked about unknowingly colorist people, the wolf. Unknowingly, okay, colorist people. Doesn't always mean malice. Doesn't mean they're doing it on purpose. Doesn't mean that they even know they're doing it. But the harm still lands. Understanding the behavior does not excuse the behavior. And I brought up Lydia the Bard's song, Feed Us Your Girls. A cloak is not an invitation. The wolf can be inside the house. Whether the wolf knows it or not does not make the harm disappear, does not reduce the toxicity. Okay? That's colorism, and that's abuse. It's still abuse even if the intent isn't there. So then we talked about, do you want to do the work and what it required? We talked about internal reflection, humility, therapy level patience to take critiques without exploding, saying something when you notice harm without making a scene, the difference between responding and reacting, and how to react to that. Not react, respond to that when you do get it to your face, right? So I gave you a couple examples. I typed it in the chat. I'm going to say it verbally. When someone says something like, you're only half whatever the heck, right? Or any variation thereof, you're only. The word, that right alone, right? Those two words automatically reduces you, right? Automatically shrinks you to whatever they're about to tell you you are. You can try this. That phrasing makes it sound like my identity is conditional. That hurt. So that's a very direct way. You don't name them. You don't shame them. You don't blame them. You name what happened, how it landed, and the reaction, or I'm sorry, the response to it, that it hurt. It hurt. And we talked about why it hurt. You weren't expecting it. You felt safe. This person is safe. You don't expect that from them, especially if they've been the one validating you the entire time. And not just on this, period. Okay? I could be talking to a gay friend and they say, but you're only half black. Excuse me? Pardon a fucking moi? I excuse your biggest motherfucking universe problem? Pardon? Excuse me. They validate me on my LGBTQIA+. It didn't validate me on my identity as a black woman or as a white woman. I am a whole white woman. I am a whole black woman. I'm a whole person. So when they do that, they are reducing your identity. So when they say that, another option is, I know you didn't mean harm, but that comment landed as dismissive of who I am. That's short, clear, chest level honesty. Don't need no essay, right? We talked about what it might mean, therapy, uncomfortable conversations, failing and trying again. And when I quoted sources, and if you want those sources, hit me up. Send me a whisper if you are only a follower. If you're a subscriber, hit me up on the Discord. And then we went into the reflection prompts, right? We had you look around. We had you check your reactions. We had you take personal accountability, internalized, and talked a little bit about internalized colorism. And we even went on about an actionable step and therapy and growth check, right? Talked a little bit about sharing and committing, right? So then, Ryan, this is where you hopped in. About here, Yang, is when you hopped in. You guys want the whole talk? Timestamp is 2.5 hours for the whole talk. For before when Ryan hopped in. For you guys just now joining, it's 4 hours and 6 minutes behind what I'm saying right now. So, and we also talked about whose emotional labor it is, right? And who's responsible for what. You are responsible for your reactions just as much as you're responsible for your responses. You have no control over the other person. You do have control over yourself. You can't make them hear you. You can only decide to let them know and then go from there. So, again, we did also talk about what that looks like, colorism in your house. Jokes that cut deeper than the teller realizes at the time. You can even joke back. You know, there's a fight, flight, freeze, fawn. Okay? Fawn, joking back. Freeze, not able to tell them exactly how that landed at that time. So you just don't. Fight, argue with them in that exact moment. Or in the conversation right away. Flight. Y'all were having a good time. They said that. You get the fuck up and you left. Guess what? You are tendent toward one or the other, and it always varies throughout your life. But we all do any one of those things. So again, comments that rank identity. We talked about that. Teasing. That actually kind of feels like dismissal. And my favorite. I didn't mean it like that, but after the fact. That's not what I meant. Oh, you're just being sensitive. Why do you got to be so difficult all the time? Why do you got to be too serious? It's not that serious. It is that serious, motherfucker. I'm standing right here. I'm right here. Hello? You may never hear me say those exact words to you. But I promise you I'm feeling it. I can't be colorist. My kids are mixed. I can't be colorist. I'm mixed. Okay. Self-hate is a thing, by the way. Yeah. I can't be colorist. My sister's mixed. I can't be colorist. I married a mixed guy. Dude, really? What does that sound like? Sounds pretty familiar. Scarily familiar, right? Even in the moment when it happens to you, and that's your response. Oh, I know you're not colorist. Your kids are mixed. I know you're not colorist. Your wife is mixed. I know you're not colorist. You're mixed. You can't be colorist. Yes, they can. I've said dumb shit like that and I regretted it the instant it came out of my mouth. It's a reaction. What? Silver can react improperly as well? Yes, bitch, I can. Yes, I can. But when you realize what you've done and you're not okay with what you did, you do what you can to fix it. You respond. Yeah, you reacted. Go away. Do what you got to do. Digest what happened. Respond. And if they come back with, but you said, I know what I said. Here's what I'm saying now. Well, I can't believe you. You changing day to day. Da 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 da. And then let it be what it is. Do what you got to do, whatever that is. Within legal reason, don't get in trouble, and do not quote me to tell anybody I told you to harm somebody. Don't do it. So yeah, we talked about a little bit about emotional labor, processing labor versus accountability labor. We talked about a lot. We went through a lot. But I do want to say, if the wolf is in your house, it doesn't mean you burn the house down. Okay? You're allowed to correct the person you love. You're allowed to tell them, fuck, that hurt, man. Ouch. It's not right. But it does mean you stop pretending it's a dog. Naming it's the first step. And if you've ever been told you're too sensitive for noticing patterns about skin tone, you're not. You're perceptive. And perception is power. So next week, we're closing the series by talking about how to unlearn internalized colorism in ourselves, not just others. Because, like I said, you have control over who? You. Trying to control someone else is what? Manipulation. Don't do it. And it's a lot of extra fucking work, to be honest. When they say only half, you tell them it felt like they were ranking the thing they said. For me, it's usually blackness. And that you need them to understand that it landed as conditional. No drama, no essay, just give them clarity. If they love you and or respect you, / look up to you, adore you as you do them, they will hear you and listen, and you let their actions speak louder than their words. You're not overreacting by bringing them accountable. Belonging wounds are the deepest of wounds. And I'm not about that anymore. I used to be. Very recently, as of last year. I ain't anymore. This time last year, I made that decision. I will not be doing that anymore. And it's going to cost me. I know it is. It may cost me. It will cost me. But I'm the person I got to die with at the end of the night. I'm the one taking the long ass sleep in the coffin, okay? By myself. Born by myself. I will die by myself. I got to be okay with how I did what I did in the time I had in between. Thank you for my TED Talk. Now, let me catch up with chat. Oh, okay, where is this? Ooh, I missed a lot. Oh, hold on a minute. Yeah, y'all didn't know I was a preacher, huh? That's not how they would put it in the Christian church. Technically, I'm clergy. Technically, I would actually qualify for elder status depending on the denomination. So, but agnostic, hell yeah, agnostic as fuck. Okay, so let me catch up with chat. Because every day it resembles more and more the horror stories I know from states. That was Yang. Ryan says, which is plummeting, I might add. Yang says, best thing I heard was if we prosecute everyone in the files, the system will collapse. Well, their system will, not the country. What files? Says Ryan. Colorism is real for real. Thank you, Ryan, for validating that. Yang responds to Ryan saying, EPS. Ryan says, please, those files won't do shit. The government is corrupt as fuck at this point. Yang says, and those words came from DOJ. Yang, it's like, well, let the system crash then. I'm sure you meant we'll let the system crash. Ryan says, silence is the loudest of all votes. Yang says, anyway, yeah, I gotta go make food now. I'm hungry. Okay, Yang, enjoy your meal. Ryan says, you might as well say you support it. Yang says, silence is loud as hell. Yes, it is. Ryan says, nah, I need this queen of my community. What a legend. Spitting straight facts, not a damn printer in sight. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan says, still here, baby. I'm still exhausted, Lamau. You kept my attention. Oh, I'm so glad you stayed as long as you did. 19 hours streaming. You crazy. You crazy. Ryan says, petition to be my new therapist, Lamau. A lot of gays are homophobic. Same thing. Yes. Ryan says, when they show you who they are, believe them. Ryan says, a preacher beat an asshole's ass with words in my chat. Oh, yeah, y'all weren't there. I'll tell you that story in a second. And then Ryan says, smacked him with the whole ass Bible. So what happened was, Ryan was playing a game. Obviously. He was streaming. And he's a gamer. And he beat the living shit out of somebody. That somebody found out that they were streaming, or figured it out, however that worked out. Ran to Ryan's chat, which, by the way, was a follower-only chat. Okay? Gotta be a follower to be in that chat. So that means they went out of their way to follow Ryan to then whine about losing to Ryan. They called him a furry, all this other stuff. Ryan's not a furry, okay? He's many other wonderful things. He just doesn't do the furry thing. Okay? Ryan says, I'm just me, Lamau. Yeah. So anyway, This guy is whining and crying and belly aching. And I'm like, dude, we don't care. We don't care. And the more he's whining, I'm like, look, you really, dude, the more you talk in his chat, the person you say you're pissed at and you hate and da 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 and all this other mean stuff, you're actually helping him. The longer you stay watching his stream, every single time you press a button to talk, you're helping him. Why would you want to help somebody you supposedly hate on? Didn't get the hint. Then he started to physically insult Ryan. Then I got mad. Then I got pissed. Trying to say I bet your hair is greasy too. First of all, I'm a black woman. Don't fucking talk about my hair. Or any part of me. But definitely not the fuck my hair. Okay? I bet your hair is greasy too. I said, you know what? Grab me a mirror. I'll show you what greasy looks like. Something to that effect. All this time he's hating on Ryan. All this time I'm just roasting him. Spit fucking roasting him, okay? And there was Pookie. Pookie was in the chat. Pookie_Batman was in the chat. Just trying to get the guy to like, look, we hear you crying. We can see the snot dripping out of your nose. We don't care. So it took mods a minute, but they did get him out of there. And that matters. But like, that's what Ryan was talking about. Now, here's the funny part. Remember all the shit he was given? I just said he was giving Ryan about being a furry, even though he's not a furry. Hi! My name is Silver Goddess. I'm a furry, and I just spit roasted your ass. Now what you gonna do? Took me 2 sentences. 2. So, you can hate, and you can be loud and wrong. Both are true. Both are true. All right, let me catch up on chat here. Okay. Okay, Ryan says, a preacher beat an asshole's ass with words in my chat. Smacked him with the whole ass Bible. I don't know about that, but yeah, okay. I'm just spitting facts. Wait, see, when someone insults you and they're like, I'm just telling the truth. Well, you don't like truth? You know they're being an asshole. You know they're being an asshole. What? It's true. You don't like truth? That's like that one mom who walks in her son's wife's kitchen. Oh, lovely kitchen for no cooking. Ma, what? It's true. You don't like truth? Yeah. And he's mixed. His mom is, I think he said Korean. His mom is Korean. And his dad is black. And I wish I could remember the man's name. But he goes, I looked at my dad for rescue, for some assistance. He goes, just walk away, son, walk away. Ouch. I've got something on my face and I'm trying to get it off. Anyway. Completely psychotic. He kept saying he was him too. Like, bro, I didn't understand that part at all. I didn't understand what he was trying to get across. Who was him? He was him who? Him who is what? Didn't you lose, Lamau? You didn't see this, but he dropped the hard R, as in rigor. Are we talking about rigor? Replace the first R. Oh my goodness. Okay. You didn't see this, but he dropped the hard R too when he wasn't getting the desired reaction. Ryan says, which set the alarm bells off on my mods. Of course. Honey Badger don't care. Honey Badger don't give a fuck. Ain't nothing wrong with being a furry, but I know what I am. Exactly. Being him is the goat. Oh, okay. Ryan says yes. I'm going to allow. Why did I automod this? It got denied, and Jarrett jumped in and smacked his ass. Yep, sure did. Banhammer. Bye-bye. We don't play that game around here. That's all. I'm getting up from the bed. Hold on. All right, you guys. I'm going to take a quick potty break because I have not peed in 4 hours. And I will be right back. Keep chatting, though. I will read the chat when I get back. All right, as promised, I am back. Took a little longer than I wanted it to, but hey, I'm back. Did you guys go potty? Did you get your snackies? Take your medication? Did you go eat? Drink some water? Yang, thanks for lurking, for hanging out. For Pookie Batman, thanks for coming by. Ryan, again, awesome. Patch Panda and Ace, and anyone else who's just lurking but didn't let me know you were lurking, hello. Okay, so let me catch up with chat. Would set the alarm bells off in my mods. Ain't nothing wrong with being a furry, but I know what I am. Being him is the goat. Yes. He got denied, and Jarrett jumped in and smacked his ass. It was for real so funny, though, Lamau. He really thought he was doing something. Yeah, he did. The first guy before him that came over and said the same shit came back when you left and followed me again just to be an ass. In your chat, I guess. And Mir banded his ass, too. Man, people just go out of their way to hate, don't they? So dumb. Hop into my Discord, Queen. We need your insane positively. I mean, I'll join, but I'm not active in a lot of Discords because I'm already got so many Discords. Quick reminder, Monster Hunter Mondays tonight on Ace's channel. So don't miss all that crazy or that's wild during the most fashion hunter time of day. Monster Hunter Monday. We'll be doing Monster Hunter Wilds. I am a guest star, or a guest on the channel. Not guest star, but a guest on the channel. So, back to the Black Girls Code. They're on a mission to change the narrative surrounding racial and gender diversity in STEM and create safe spaces where Black girls can see themselves reflected in tech innovation. They strive to empower our Black girls to go from consumers to creators and use technology as an avenue to be agents of change. So, cheering bits, purchasing subscriptions, and gifting subscriptions during a charity stream, which is every stream this month, goes to me and does not contribute to the charity goal. Any donation you make directly to the charity goes, guess what? Directly to the charity. The minute you hit that donate to charity button, goes to them. Twitch does not see a red cent or a 0.001 Bitcoin worth cent, and neither do I. Ryan, oh, you're back. Yes, hi, I'm back. Like I said, Ryan, I'll join the Discord. It's just don't expect me to be in there a whole lot. I can barely keep up with the ones I'm already a part of. Let me go to your channel and see if I can find your Discord link there. It is too bad you guys cannot hear. I didn't know you had an Scottish slash Irish slash Celtic accent because I did not hear that last night. Okay, there's the Discord. That's probably why you guys were talking about accents last night. I cannot see chat right now because I am doing my rolls over in Ryan's Discord. Give me a minute. Okay, let me check chat. Okay. Why is this popping up on my pooter? Yeah, Ryan, I tapped your screen and it takes me directly to your channel. I already signed up for your Discord. It has you at 796 followers. And oh, it's Lupa Gray. I take it back. It had a similar look to you. I apologize. Not all cat boys are the same. Fox boys are the same. Excuse me. It's Lupa Gray. It's not Ryan. He's a wolf boy. Okay, thank you for correcting me on that. I'm a goddess, but I'm not afraid to be corrected, you guys. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Oh, you're back. I don't expect that, Queen. Having a smart queen on speed dial is the main benefit. Well, thank you. Thank you. Huh? I have an accent? Lamau, I wish I was that talented. He's a wolf boy, part of my streaming group, the Piss Roses. Corrects you for no good reason. Congratulations on your level 3, Ryan. Let me give you your points. Rosique, you're still here. Yay! I didn't see those before. I'm sorry. All right, I guess I owe you 3 more 100 points. Give me a minute. Oh, crap. I gotta do it again. I messed up. Better. All right, Ryan, check your points. Did you get them? That looks suspicious. How many did you have before I did that? 96. So you should have 696. Is that how that worked? That should work out, right? 696? I'm going to say you had 686. Although, that's pretty funny. Because, 69, but you have 696, so you're in a threesome. Whoa. Check your points. I goofed. Well, let me go fix it. I'm out here giving out points like freaking angels getting wings. Hold on a minute. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. Oh, and I didn't make the stretch that I did not make for everyone watching right now. I did not make the threshold for payout on time. I have to wait another month to get paid from Twitch. Yay. So all thresholds have to be met on the 5th of every month, by the 5th of every month, so that payout can follow on the 13th. I did not understand that. I thought it had to be done by the 13th. Nope, it has to be done by the 5th so that they can pay out on the 13th. Okay, so set points. I mean, I just went straight to my chat bot to do it, but okay. They should pay out every week, but Twitch be twitching, not according to what I've got. That's what Twitch told me because I am a new affiliate. I don't have a huge following. I'm lucky to have the following that I do have. So anything that passes the threshold must pass the threshold by the 5th, or it gets moved to the next month. That's what it said. All right, Ryan, check your points. They should be correct now. And since I'm here, oh, okay. So we're gonna do a roll call with points. The top 10, starting from 10, all the way down to 1. In 10th place, we have 0_simulation0 with 2,530 points. At 9th place, we have Twee92 with 2,724 points. Little Pikachu, which I have not seen hide nor hair of in a very long time, with 3,430 points. Rosique at 7th place, 4,446 points. Sage Vamp VT, 4,911 points. In 5th place, we have Jonathan R324 with 21,345 points. Whoa, that's a lot of points. In 3rd place, we have Vanta Fanta with 2,303 points. In 2nd place, we have GG_Y4NG, also known as Yang, with 30,047 points. And in 1st place, with a grand total of 34,396 points, we have 1337 Ace. Congratulations for your win. As a reward, you get another level. You were at level 9, you are now at level 10. All right. So we're going to reward the top 3 with an extra level. Yang is level 14. He's going to be level 15 now. Vanta Fanta was level 7. She is now level 8. Okay. Ryan says, for me, since I've been an affiliate since 2021, it has to be done by the final day of each month. I guess they changed that, but I'm still the same. Points. Ryan has 699 points. Yang says points. Yang has 0 points and is ranked 1 of 4 on the leaderboard. That's not right. Oh, here we go. Yang has 3,050 points. That's not accurate. Well, you must have gotten 3 additional points then. When I wasn't looking. 30,050 points for Yang. So again, my top 3. Vanta Fanta in 3rd place. Yang in 2nd place. And Ace, as far as points are concerned, in 1st place. Everyone has received their respective awards. Rewards. Who's top level? All right. The top 10 for levels, starting from the 10 down to the 1. Serrano the Slime at level 5. Empress Knight, also level 5. Hamza GH3 at level 5. Sage Vamp VT, level 5. Coffee Streambot doesn't count, so now I gotta do it over again. Hold on. Bots get reduced to 0. We gotta do the count again. I goofed. Okay. At 10th place is Booty Mage with level 5. Fat Sparks, level 5. Serrano the Slime, level 5. Empress Knight, level 5. Hamza GH3, level 5. Sage Vamp, level 5. Vanta Fanta, level 8. 1337 Ace, level 10. Jonathan R324, level 11. And Yang in 1st place with now level 15. But as you can tell, you would have won that anyway, dude, because you were already level 14 before I gave you that bonus. And for reaching level 15, you get another 1.5K. For Jonathan reaching level 11, you get another K. You guys are just racking up points here. And for 3rd place Ace, for reaching level 10, you get another K. Wait, Johnny should get 2Ks. That doesn't make any sense at all. No, it should be 100. Okay, I got you. Another 1100K. That's what. I got you. I'm good now. Took me a minute. Yeah, that's my top 3. You guys all got your rewards. Let's see. Who is watch time? Who's got the most watch time on the channel? I'm going to have to do a lot of skipping. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need to get, okay. 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, in 10th place is Booty Mage. Does not tell me how much watch time. It just says you're in 10th place. Bronze Life in 9th place. And that's BRONZ3_LIF3. Twee92 in 8th place. Rosique01 in 7th place. In 6th place, Lil Pikachu. In 5th place, Vanta Fanta. In 4th place, Sage Vant VT. In 3rd place, Jonathan R324. 2nd place, Gang, GG_Y4NG. And in 1st place with the most watch time, 1337 A's. Okay, let's see. Got it. So, you guys get to decide, since he's not here, what should we give Ace for being first place? I've already given him points. I've already added levels. What else can I do? Ban him. You are always with the ban him. Tell him to touch some grass. I can guarantee you he's got 2 kids. He's definitely touching grass. He talks about it on his channel sometimes too, so I'm not necessarily doxing him. All right, let's see what Yang's watch time is. All right, 4 hours and 25 minutes. Ryan says, well, he needs to touch the grass harder. You are so silly. Okay, Jonathan, let's see what your watch time is. He was here earlier. Won't put all your business out there now. Ryan says, touch that grass so hard that it blushes. And I can just hear Ace go, hey, yo. Because that's Ace for you. That doesn't make any sense. Jonathan has spent 0 seconds watching. Then how the hell did you get in 3rd place, buddy? Let me look. That's definitely not true. We're going to back the points down because I had it at 3, but y'all are earning points way too quickly and are not spending them fast enough. So we're going to back it down to 1. Okay, so Sage. Let's see what Sage's watch time is. Excuse me. Meanwhile, me, Bun the cat. What in the world is this crazy stuff? Oh, here it is. Okay, I just didn't read it right. Jonathan has spent 8 days and 5 hours watching this channel. Wait, I missed a whole lot. Okay, Ace has spent 9 days, 5 hours, and 55 minutes watching this channel. I did misquote it. Very much so. Yang has spent 9 days, 4 hours, and 25 minutes watching this channel. Jonathan has spent 8 days, 5 hours watching this channel. Sage has spent 4 days, 19 hours, and 40 minutes watching this channel. Who's next in line? Vanta. That doesn't make any sense. I know Vanda watches my channel. I watch her channel too. What is world? Okay, Botrix. Okay, here it. That's Sage. Okay, so Botrix is lying its ass off. Maybe I just didn't put it in right. I didn't. Vanta Fanta has spent 3 days and 20 hours and 30 minutes watching this channel. So it's Ace, Yang, and Yang and Johnny were the first people to follow me. So, and I was only a channel, I'd only been streaming for like a month ever in my whole life. And Ace beat them. Oh, I know he's going to be happy. Okay, so there's Ace, Yang, Johnny, Sage, and then Vanta in 5th place. And then we've got Little Pikachu, who I have not seen in a good long while. If I can remember how to spell Pikachu. I guess capitalization counts. Okay. Nah, we gotta ban Pokemon for that. She doesn't realize real quality content. Oh, I don't force anybody to come to my channel. You come because you want to. In all senses of that phrase. Okay. Little Pikachu has spent 2 days, 9 hours, and 15 minutes watching this channel. So that's Little Pikachu in 6th place. Rosique in 7th place. Rosique has spent 2 days, 8 hours, 15 minutes watching this channel. We just putting WAPs in there now, huh? Ryan? So why no music, you guys are probably wondering. My sound system is jacked up. And that happened since the update for Streamlabs. And until I figure out how to fix it, we're going to not have any background music. I'm sorry to tell you. Wet ass pigeon. You can say pussy on this channel. It's labeled adult, so we're good. Now, whose name did I just say? Twee, that's who. Twee92 has spent 1 day, 2 hours, 5 minutes watching this channel. We got a little over 30 minutes left of the stream, you guys. Excuse me. Now, whether or not you guys are going to hear the Discord on my side or not, I'm going to try. But if you hear it, it's going to sound like shit. I'm sorry. All right, so that is Twee, Rosique, Lil Pikachu, Vanta Fanta, Sage, Johnny, Yang, and Ace. So we need 2 more. Okay. Bronze and Booty Mage. I can do that. Bronze Life has spent 1 day, 14 hours, and 50 minutes watching this channel. And then we just do Booty Mage. And we're done. We're done with the check-ins, you guys. Now, is Booty Mage going to join us on Monster Hunter Monday tonight? I don't know. I hope so. Booty Mage has spent 1 day, 12 hours, and 30 minutes watching this channel. So there you have it. The top 10 watchers. The top 10 levels. And the top 10 points accumulation. Go forth and compete conscientiously. Okay. I want to say thank you to our most recent gremlin. Ryan A. Foxy rated me, so thank you very much for that raid. The most recent follower is Pookie_Batman. Yang resubscribed tier 3 for 4 months. Woohoo! Got that deep pocket. Sensible06 has followed. Noble X's has followed. 10-Car Rider has followed, and he's a dev, you guys. We playtested one of his games, and he was there for it. Punky Plays followed. Ares Infernal followed. Berserker CR rated me with a party of 8. Berserker CR followed. Moon Sapphire followed. That Girl Riri followed. And the Pied Piper followed. And that's the past 7 days, you guys. 7 days. Sad to say, Ryan, Berserker did beat you with a party of 8 for this week. Our current top cheerer is Lady of the Elephants. She went haywire last week with bits. But Hamza, not to be outdone, was just passing out tears left and right. Empress Knight rated me with a party of 6. So in order, we have Ryan, Empress Knight, and Berserker. Then that's in the past 2 weeks. Thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate all the love. I really, really do. You guys helped literally keep the lights on, as Ryan was explaining on his channel last night. The only way I can do this is if you guys help me pay the bills by subscribing, tipping, or just going over to my throne and helping supply me with what I need for the channel. It was only a couple months ago, I think about 3 months ago, where I was literally eating rice and cat food. Okay, your girl was struggling. Not my proudest moment, but you got to do what you got to do to survive, right? Yeah. I'm not necessarily thriving, but I'm definitely not at cat food and rice. So, what you guys do here on the channel matters, is my point. You guys allow me to keep my phone bill lit, my electric bill on, and internet going. Because without Two of those things, you won't even see me. Yeah, I'm a little curious. Hold on. I did not spell that right, did I? Patcht, panda. Yeah. Hmm. Well, says they're here. Who is Patch Panda? Going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship, zooming through the sky, little Einsteins. I don't know if you guys can hear that, and if you can, I hope it doesn't sound like crap. Although I do like their intro. Wow, that's impressive. Oh, it's capital T Panda. Okay. That explains why it didn't go. I am not spelling this name right. Okay, I'm just not doing it right. Period. I'm honestly just goofing around until a little over 20 minutes now of the stream because I don't know what else to do. Normally I play video, but y'all can hear it. Well, I am quite the hungry. We have literally 20 minutes left of the stream. Those who have the points, and I know you do, to vote on who we are going to raid, do so now, please. Priority to and preference for fellow Black creators who are on right now. Um, if not, I'll just go ahead and pick somebody. I'm just taking some time to look up some people. So funny. I played Reanimal, the demo, before anybody else knew what the heck it was. I got suggested to myself, or it got suggested to me by a other fellow streamer who actually helped get me started and encouraged me to go and start streaming. You know, what are you waiting on, lady? Kind of, some people need that energy. And their name is Tactful Wolf, by the way. So I said, I don't know, play for Halloween. Would you guys want me to play for Halloween? He goes, oh, you could try Reanimal. Scared the crap out of me. That's a shorter list than I expected it to be. Well, that made my choice really easy. Oh, good. That means we can raid her and she can raid out to someone else. That'll work. All right, I think I am going to go ahead and raid early, you guys. Get your capital RAIDs out. We're going to go ahead and raid with our 3 viewers. So hopefully everything's going to be all right. Thank you guys again for hanging out, standing by. Remember, follow your friend Clip, and let's go ahead and raid. Mhm.